Thank you so much for tuning in to CAC TV this first day of September. Happy new month to you. I hope this new month comes with blessings and, opportunities that you expect and hope for. My name is Faith Kaulu and thank you for joining us this day. Indeed, I'm excited to have you on board. Do interact with us on our socials. Facebook and YouTube is at CAC TV Kenya. Some of the things we are going to look at this very broadcast. Of course, we look at the presidential election petition, what happened today briefly, and what is expected of today. And of course, have a look at the World Council of Churches Assembly that is happening in Germany, and as well as talk about the Symposium on 40 years celebration of ordination of Pcea clergy women happening at the Presbyterian University of East Africa, where our able reporter Vincent Kerosi is on site, and he'll be bringing us up to speed on what is happening, what is expected to happen during the day. Have a look at some of the people who are expected to speak and what are the issues they're going to touch on and have a look at. So indeed, keep it tuned, CAC TV, because definitely we'll also be crossing over live to the Supreme Court once they begin for today, any moment from now. Indeed, it is a day full of activities as well. As I mentioned earlier, that the World Council of Churches Assembly is ongoing in Germany. We're also expected to cross over. Have a look at what is going on in that side as well. As of now, let's start with a recap of what happened yesterday in court. Of course, we saw some of the things that, or rather major things that were put forth by the lawyers or senior counsels who spoke yesterday, including Philip Murgor, James Orengo, Paul Nyamundi, and Willis Otieno. These include issues on the numbers, technology, the process, as well as the IEBC division amongst the commissioners. Well, when we look at the numbers, the petitioners argued that the number of people who voted are a moving target, alleging that 140,000 people or rather votes are unaccounted for, and this is sufficient enough to force a runoff. Of course, this is on the front page of the Daily Nation. Of course, on matters technology, petitioners allege that unauthorized access of poll systems to intercept transmission of results, forms to alter vote figures. When we look at the process, indeed, there is the issue of Chebukati skipping the verification of results of the 27th constituency in a rash declaration of a rigged vote. And when we talk about the IEBC division, stated here on the Daily Nation is that the divided commission is incapable of delivering a credible election, and confessions by 4 commissioners are telling. Well, this is some of the issues that were raised by the lawyers and senior counsels representing the petitioners. Let's listen into what was said on the matter of technology.
The result for the first respondent, that is Mr. Ruto, was being arrived at well before the tally was in. And each time work was being done to try and fit A and B into that result before they were uploaded on the public portal. Remote access means somebody outside the walls, virtual walls of IBC. In other words, somebody somewhere sitting out of the system has the key and can log in. As of 12th August 2022, 15:48 and 43 seconds, a Form 34C had already been generated. What was the business of anyone within that system generating a 34C? We may not see the fingerprints of the third respondent in the ICT system. We see his palm, his much larger presence through the actions of his PA. Indeed, you will find when you study the system that Dixon Kwanusu performed a purported verification process of 34 A's 1,740.
Well, indeed, that is what was in court yesterday about technology, one of the major issues rather that arose. Indeed, looking at the Daily Nation headline in very bold letters right there is Raila lawyers, how Ruto was rigged in. Today, of course, Ruto's lawyers, or rather the respondents as well, are expected to speak in court, including the lawyers representing IEBC as well as IEBC's chair Wafula Chebukati. But having a look still at yesterday, the issue of numbers arose several times. We look at, well, as Okiya Omtata claiming that IEBC claims that 1 million, or rather 1.6 million people voted after 5 p.m. This is based on IEBC's data, and Okiya Omtata saying that it is not possible and points to manipulation of election results. Another key issue right there arising, as well as what I had earlier on mentioned about 140,000 votes remaining unaccounted for, an issue that if looked at can force a runoff. Let's listen in.
The total number of voters that take part in the election do not agree with the votes that are counted as cast in accordance with Article 138(4). If they don't agree, then it means that the results of that election are not accurate, they're not transparent, and they're not accountable.
Mathematically, and this is where the law meets mathematics, no candidate attained the 50%. If the chairman read the results that he read and the percentages that he read out of the registered voters that cast their votes, my lord, this court has no option but to nullify this election. There's no option. There's no option.
Executed a very well calculated scheme to grab the election and to run the election on his own.
It is my submission that when you look at the systemic issues arising and affecting the integrity of this election, should we even pay attention to the numbers which we are now being fronted? If the system was compromised from the beginning, the universe of the elections had been compromised from the beginning, that whatever numbers will come out of that universe of the elections, the voter register, does not matter. And I do believe even the third respondent, if he was the one filing this petition, would raise the same issues that I'm raising today.
There is something still surrounding this question of voter turnout, the percentage. It's like the beginning of where the controversy is located. What is the relevance of the percentage of voter turnout to determining whether a candidate marshaled the magical number?
The figures, in the event that we arrive at figures that show that either the current president-elect has more votes than others, and or the petitioner in petition number 5, in fact, has more numbers. What are we to do? Are we still to declare? Irrespective of all the other processes having been impugned as you have submitted to us today.
We expect the answers when you will be making a rejoinder. We are not expecting the answers now.
the total.
All right, some of the key issues that were raised yesterday in court by lawyers representing the petitioners. Indeed, today is expected to be a big day as well. Second day of hearing of the presidential election petition in court expected today is IEBC's Wafula Chebukati, as well as IEBC as a commission, and President-elect William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagwa's lawyer, as well as the other respondents presenting their responses, as well as a report on the scrutiny of votes that was ordered by the court, a report on that, and a report on the technology as well. Some of the issues that we expect to hear and listen in from court today. Right about now, let's cross over to the Presbyterian University of East Africa, where our able reporter Vincent Kerosi is on site, giving us an update on the Symposium on 40-year celebration of clergy women in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa. Vincent Kerosi, if you can hear me, what do we expect from today? Who are some of the key speakers, and what are some of the issues that will be touched on? Well, we'll be crossing over to Vincent in a few. Sorry for that technical hitch. But Vincent Kerosi is at the Presbyterian University of East Africa, of course, where the symposium is expected to kick off any moment from now. In attendance, of course, is the Secretary General of the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, Dr. Robert Waihenya, including the Deputy Secretary General, as well as the moderator of the 23rd General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, Reverend Thegu Mutahi, who are expected to be in attendance. So indeed, we'll be crossing over any moment from now to speak to Vincent Kerosi once they sort that issue out, who will give us an update on who else is expected to attend. Do we expect the first ordained woman clergy in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa to be in attendance as well? And what are some of the issues that they'll be looking at in the several sessions that have been scheduled for on the symposium today? So of course we'll be hearing from Vincent Kerosi on his side, and as well as when they're expected to begin, because they were to begin at 9, few minutes past 9. So is the schedule still on? We'll be having a look at that. But remember, we've been running documentaries on the whole story of the 40 years of ordination of clergy women in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa. Several documentaries touching on the first woman to be ordained in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, Reverend Dr. Nyambura. A story about her will be running today as well, and a repeat of the same, for you to be able to understand the journey and look back to how it was, or it was at that time, the excitement, the expectation, and the challenges that came with that. Of course, the documentary you need to very much as well tune into is a documentary on the clergy women sharing their stories on how and when they received the call and their journey into ministry. Most of them do agree that it has not been easy, with challenges arising, societal expectation, and how to balance all of that. Some of the things to have a look at. Indeed, I believe it is quite important as we celebrate the ordination, 40 years since the ordination of the first clergy woman in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa. 40 years on, we're still here as well. Many more clergy women joining the ministry. Indeed, I'm being informed that right about now, Vincent Kerosi could be ready any moment from now. Vincent, can you hear me? Do let us know. Has the event kicked off officially, and as well as what is expected today, and who else is expected to attend? All right, we'll be trying that again. Hopefully that time is a charm and we'll be able to get in touch with Vincent Kirusi. But right now my producer is notifying me that the overall program coordinators of the Symposium on 40-year celebration of ordination of Presbyterian Church of East Africa, rather Pcea women clergy, are Dr. John Wakanu and Reverend Ruth Mudhoni Ngari as well, one of the clergy women in the ministry. We'll be crossing over to Vincent Kirusi once they're ready for that update. But back to what is expected to happen today at the Supreme Court. Indeed, Ruto's lawyer are expected to defend his win, as well as they've already begun, as well as the IBC's Chair Wafula Chebukati, and a report on the tallying, or rather retallying, that was ordered, and as well as a scrutiny of technology are expected to be presented to court today. I think right about now, let's cross over to the Supreme Court and listening to the proceedings.
Be on top of things. I thank you.
Madam Chief Justice and the Honorable learned members of the court, I am Githu Muigai, and I appear for the IEBC for its chairman, Wafula Chebukati, and for Commissioner Professor Abdi Yakub Guley and Boya Molu. I am assisted in the defense of this gentleman and the institution by Kamau Karori, Senior Counsel, Abdikadir Hussein Mohammed, Senior Counsel, Mr. Eric Gumbo, Mr. Mahat Somane, Dr. Willie Mutumbwa, and Mr. Peter Wanyama. I would like to request you, Madam Chief Justice, if you could kindly confirm that our combined team has 4 hours, our 3 hours, plus the 1 hour between the two commissioners who are represented by our team.
That is not correct, Prof. The two commissioners have 30 minutes. You remember the other 4 commissioners and 15 minutes each. They are 1 hour among the 4 of them. So you have 3.5 hours. I am
guided by you, my lady, and I have changed that to 3.5 hours. Thank you. We have filed before you a wide range of documentation, which in our very humble view is very, very comprehensive. We draw your attention, honorable members of the court, the responses on behalf of the chairperson and IEBC, the affidavit of Wafula Chebukati, the affidavit of Marjan Hussein Marjan, the CEO, the affidavit of Professor Abdu Yakub Guley, the affidavit of Commissioner Moya Mulu, the affidavit of Martin Washira Nyaga, the database administrator, the affidavit of Michael Uma, the director of ICT, the affidavit of Moses Lendema Senkuli, the acting director of voter registration, and affidavits filed by presiding officers and residing officers of the contested polling stations and constituencies. Let me start, my lady Chief Justice, by observing the peculiar nature of the proceedings before this court. That is to say, these are proceedings that are based on affidavit evidence. And we all appreciate the limitations that has. That we have persons who have sworn affidavits who are not available to court to be cross-examined on their allegations. And some of the allegations we have had, as we shall demonstrate in the course of our submissions, are outrageous, to say the least. My lords and ladies, we have been here before you. Some of us have had the great privilege of being here before you in 2013, in 2017, twice. And this honorable court must take credit, I think, unparalleled in anywhere in the Commonwealth in my humble learning of the subject, in helping to clarify how the electoral process in Kenya should be conducted. And we submit that the clarifications that this court has given since 2013 have enriched the conduct of the electoral process. And it is my first submission that the IEBC and its chairman conducted the 9th August 2022 presidential elections strictly in compliance with the guidelines that this court has given. My lords, since the annulment of the presidential election in 2017, IEBC overhauled its entire electoral process procedures to align those procedures with the guidelines that my lords had given. Your decision in the minor care, the decision of the Court of Appeal in the minor care case set out the guidelines for the protection of the ballot at the polling station, the transmission, tallying, and declaration of presidential results. We have abided by that decision. Your decision, my lords, in Raila Odinga versus IEBC petition number 1 of 2017 rendered even more detailed clarifications on the procedure. The decision in the National Super Alliance versus the Independent Commission gave further clarification as to the very controversial issue up to that time of how to handle complementary voting. And again, we learned from that and we have used that in this election. Since 2017, over the last 5 years, the IEBC undertook post-election evaluation. It reviewed its strategic plan. It developed an elections operations plan, a boundaries review operations plan, continuous registration of voters, and several other measures that flowed from the guidance that this court had given. My ladies and my lords, in the cases that have brought us before you previously, we had numerous arguments about jurisprudence. What does the law mean? What do the regulations mean? What does the Act say? The petition now before you has absolutely nothing to do with any legal lacuna, because you have spoken so loudly on that subject previously. Although my learned friend, Mr. Karori, will be reiterating what you have said as regards Article 183, your own thoughts on the subject are very well laid out in your previous judgment. This, my lord, is a petition about facts. It's a petition about what happened. What happened, when, where, with what consequences. And therefore, ultimately, notwithstanding the very lucid and learned and honest arguments by my very learned friends to my right, this petition is about numbers. It is ultimately about numbers. The petitioners have tried to argue every other point except numbers. I will be demonstrating to you, my lady, my lords, in a short while, that we conducted a proper, fair, constitutional, legal, impartial election. My learned friend, Mr. Kamau Karori, will follow me, and he will get back to the thing around every conceivable issue in this petition. We will be answering the questions you asked us. Mr. Kamau Karori will answer question 4, 6, and 8. And that will be a submission about the electoral process. My learned colleague, Eric Gumbo, will answer question 1, 2, and 3, and that's about the technology. My learned friend, Mr. Mahat Somane, will answer question 4, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. And I do not want to belittle the rest of our effort, but that is the man who will explain that numbers don't lie, that numbers speak for themselves. Mr. Abdikadir Mohammed, Senior Counsel, will address you on the burden of proof and the standard of proof and whether the reliefs sought by the petitioners can be granted in this matter. If we still have time, as we hope we shall, Dr. Mutumbwa and Peter Wanyama will address you on this issue that seems to be in the fridges, but in our view, totally inconsequential, of the KPMG report and the alleged problems with the voter registrar. Let me start by saying, my lords, you have been urged by several counsel who have spoken before me to find that this election was irretrievably flawed. That from the word go, one counsel said, and I quote, everything that could go wrong went wrong. If that be true, and we deny that that is true, then it would mean that everything from voter registration, voter education, procurement, nomination, voting, counting, tallying, verification, and declaration was totally flawed. What would be the consequence of that? First of all, and I say this with the most tremendous respect, first of all, you have been addressed by counsel of great eminence, including my learned senior James Orengo, my learned junior Professor Tom Ojenda. In this court, my lords, as we sit here this morning, there are no less than 3 governors addressing you elected under this election. There are no less than 4 senators elected under this election. And there are no less than 4 members of parliament elected under this election. When, my lords, it is not in my place to suggest the questions you should put to counsel, but I would plead with you to put that question to counsel when they return to the podium. Are they happy with their own election? If they are, how then is it that this election is irredeemably flawed? I suggest with tremendous respect that that is the use of hyperbole. This election was conducted as most international observers observed. It was the fairest. All observers came back with one conclusion. This was an open, transparent election. Was it a perfect election? No. because there is nothing like a perfect election. This is an election conducted by human beings, and there are human errors within the electoral process. Were the few errors that are admitted by IEBC of a magnitude to allow this court to set aside the election? It is our humble submission that the answer is no. It has not been demonstrated, and my learned friend, Mr. Abdi Kadir, will deal with that matter. Let me point out to you, my lords, that this is one of the few petitions that this court has seen that is full of generalities, innuendos, hypothecations. Yeah. We believe there was one counsel who repeated several times, our theory is, our take is, our understanding is, not evidence, nothing of probative value, speculation, generalization. It is our very humble submission that framed in those general speculative terms, lacking clear, cogent, probable evidence, these petitions lack merit. It is made worse, my ladies and my lords, by the fact that the petitions make grave allegations of a criminal nature: fraud, tampering with election materials and results, conspiracy to unlawfully influence an election outcome, and even implied treason. Implied treason. All that without a shred of evidence. All that without a shred of evidence, especially as it relates to the Honorable Chebukati, the chairman of the commission. The vilification against this gentleman goes beyond anything we have ever had before in this courthouse. It was personalized, it was vindictive, it intended to lower his standing in our community and within the legal profession. It was unwarranted. I have had occasion again to defend Mr. Chebukati, although he was not my client. I was in a different office, but I recall mentioning in 2017 before your lordships that this gentleman was being vilified for doing exactly what the minor Kiai court told him to do. It told him, don't touch the results coming out of the polling station. That is the final result. We then came here to this court, and he was called all manner of names at that time. This has not stopped. What should we learn from this? We should learn one thing, and it is a very unhappy lesson. The attack on the chairpersons of the commission has a long history. There was Justice Zacchaeus Chesoni, there was Samuel Kivuitu, there was Isaac Hassan, and now there is Chebukati. The pattern is the same. The pattern is the same. None of them has been allowed to leave office without vilification and a vindictive process being engineered against them. I don't want to go to the details because we all know the details. We remember the details. So what is wrong? There is nothing wrong with IEBC. There is nothing wrong with Wafula Chebukati. There is something very wrong. There is something very wrong in the way the persons who participate in the electoral process accept winning or losing. That's the problem. At an appropriate time, when all this is over, I entertain no doubt that an independent group of people looking at the work that Mr. Wafula Chebukati has done for our nation will recognize him as one of our outstanding heroes in the history of our nation. Thirdly, I want to say that the evidentiary material which will be addressed by my colleagues is of such a character that it falls way below the standard you set in petition number 1 of 2017. And since I don't want to take too much time, I'll leave that for that purpose. To return to this issue, that this court, in our very humble view, needs, and I am very sure from the questions the court has asked so far, that the court appreciates very deeply, and that any order has consequences, and those consequences must be consequences that can be contained in our democratic and constitutional process. The Supreme Court cannot act in vain. It cannot act so as that the judgment should read like a learned legal article. The Supreme Court always acts so that it can defend democracy and the rule of law and constitutionalism in a practical and enforceable way. So if this election is so badly flawed as you are invited to find, then this court would have to find that every MCA, every MP, and every senator, and every governor was not properly elected, and the whole of the government of the Republic of Kenya should be reconstituted afresh. I don't know whether my learned colleagues have contemplated the consequence of what they have requested. My client, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, is a man who enjoys constitutional protection of his tenure. Why did the Constitution protect him? Not him alone, the chairman of independent commissions, for precisely this form of witch hunting. The Constitution cannot countenance that a constitutional office holder is to be witch hunted in the manner suggested here. That he walked out of his office and took the phone many times, then came down and sat down and did not consult the people who were having tea. A whole lot of irrelevant material that cannot be the basis of interfering with the independence in section 163 of Mr. Wafula Chebukati. It is said that he should be removed from office and forbidden from ever holding public office. And I want to ask my learned colleagues for the petitioners, is that really a serious submission when the Constitution itself contains complex processes of the removal of a person? He is now to be removed here by reference to affidavits of hearsay on the back of hearsay? I do not think it is a serious submission, and I invite my lords not to act on it at all. Two final points before I invite my learned colleagues. My very able senior learned friend, Paul Muite, said that the commission is the majority of the commissioners. That cannot be a meaning of the commission that arises from the Constitution. The Constitution contemplates that the word commission will be used in multiple senses. The returning officer, when he makes a declaration, is the commission. The officers of the commission, when they procure, let us take procurement. When the procurement process is done by officers of the commission, that is the commission. When the chairman declares the presidential vote, he is the commission. There are multiple senses in which the Constitution uses the commission. It does not intend that the commission is to be used as sitting in plenary and voting, because very little of the commission's work involves voting. I believe that if we cure that misunderstanding of the commission, the rest will follow. It will be quite clear that Wafula Chebukati was acting as the commission in the manner defined by the Constitution at that point. Because it is a body corporate, and that has already been spoken to. Let us come to this last point about how did the commission break apart? Again, I don't want to belabor this point because the learned court itself has raised this issue. We have an election conducted up to the 11th and a half hour, and everybody is on board. Everybody is on board. The public can see them declaring the results. What is this that happens within the half hour? The affidavits speak for itself, for themselves rather. And my learned colleague will take you into the detail. The affidavit speaks to themselves. There is a concerted effort. There is a concerted effort, external, to ensure that the process comes to an end without a declaration. So the sanctimonious, self-righteous, pompous pontification of the so-called four commissioners are an afterthought. They are a complete and total afterthought. And should be seen as that. One shudders to contemplate what would have happened constitutionally. So there is no, the election is not called. The deadline is the following day. It is not called. We then go into an uncharted waters. Totally uncharted waters. We have a caretaker government in place that is hamstrung in what it can do. We cannot set up a new government because an election was not declared. We cannot call a fresh election. I shudder to think what would have happened. I'm sure the court would share the same concern. And I want to say this before I sit down, my ladies and my lords. Integrity is not numbers. Integrity is not numbers. And that's why the great statesman said, I protest. I protest even if I do so alone. To do the right thing does not require you to be with the majority. It requires you to be with your conscience. I invite Mr. Kamau Karoli to address you on the issue of 183, and I thank you.
Senior Counsel, before maybe you see it, we have received information that your side is going to present 2 videos and a PowerPoint presentation. The first video will take 4 minutes, the second video 14 seconds, and the PowerPoint presentation, which has 28 slides. We don't know how long it will take, but just to warn you that that is within your time.
Most
Your
obliged.
time will be taken into consideration.
Most
We will not lose time like we did yesterday. We are very keen.
Most obliged, my lady.
May I please, my lady, the Chief Justice and judges of this court, and good morning. My lady and my lords, I will be addressing you on mainly on the issues surrounding Article 138 of the Constitution. And my ladies and my lords, the reason why we are starting from there, and which is right about where my learned senior left it off, is that there are many allegations that have been made in this petition. In fact, that seems to be the main issue surrounding these petitions, regarding the manner in which the functions set out in Article 138.3 and 138.10 were conducted. One of the allegations that has been made is the chairman unilaterally tallied, verified, and declared the results of the presidential elections, that there was a requirement for a complete corporate process of internal tallying and approval by the commissioners, and that the chairperson can only act with the concurrence of the commissioners. Now, it's my submission that the reason why these submissions are being made is based on a confusion that stems from a misunderstanding of the nature and character of the commission and the interplay between the commission, the functions bestowed on the commission, and those cast upon the chairman of the commission. So first of all, the question that comes up is, who is the commission? And my learned friend, Senior, has alluded to it briefly, but let me just make this distinction because it is important. The commission, IBC commission, is established like all the other independent commissions under the provisions of Article 250 of the Constitution. But more importantly, and this is the distinction that I think is important to draw, if you look at what Article 250 talks about, 251 says each commission shall consist of at least 3 but not more than 9 members. The next one says the chairperson and each member of a commission, so that these commissioners are members of the commission, they are not the commission. So that where the law refers to the commission, it is not referring to the commissioners, but it is referring to the body corporate that my learned senior referred to, and which is established or under the provisions of Article 253 of the Constitution, which says that each commission is a body corporate with perpetual succession and a seal. So where in Article 138 reference is made to the commission, it is that body corporate that is referred to. And this is amplified by the provisions of Sections 11 of the IBC Act. My lords and my ladies, Section 11.2 of the Act establishes the Secretariat and the Commission, so that the Commission consists of the commissioners, the chairman and the commissioners, and the Secretariat. Then 11.2a defines who the Secretariat is as such professional, technical, and administrative officers and support staff as may be appointed by the Commission in the discharge of its functions under this Act. And B, very critical also, such public officers as may be seconded to the Commission upon its request. This is what comprises the Commission. And then, what is the role that the commissioners are supposed to play? Lords, Section 11A of the IBC Act then says that the chairperson and members of the commission, again members of the commission, shall perform their functions in accordance with the Constitution, and in particular shall be responsible for the formulation of policy and strategy of the commission and oversight. Those are the three roles that are specified in the statute: provide or formulate policy, strategy, and oversight. That is the role that they play. Then the Secretariat shall perform the day-to-day administrative functions of the Commission and implement the policies and strategies formulated by the Commission. So this then brings me to the provisions of Article 138, 3C, which is at play in these petitions. And it's important, my lords and my ladies, to read what the provisions of that section say. And the reason why I go straight to that provision is because the petitioners are using that provision to say that the provision requires the commissioners to be involved in the process of tallying, verifying, and declaration of the results. But what 138.3c says is that in a presidential election, after counting the votes, these are the words they leave out, after counting the votes in the polling stations. This is about the polling stations. In the polling station, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall tally and verify the count and declare the result. So this section refers to what happens at the polling station. My lords and my ladies, there are over 40,000 polling stations in Kenya. It is not conceivable that the 7 commissioners, including the chairman, would be the one to conduct the business of tallying, verifying the results, the votes at the polling station. This activity, as has been acknowledged by the courts in many cases, is undertaken by the officers of the commission in those areas. Indeed, in the first petition in Raila Odinga 2017, Lords, the court at paragraph 287 says, the duty to verify in Article 138, which I've just referred to, is placed squarely upon the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, which was the first respondent. It is exercised by the various agents or officers of the first respondent. That is to say, the presiding officer at a polling station, the returning officer at the constituency level, and the chair at the National Tallying Center. No reference here to members of the commission. And this is very deliberate. The process of conducting an election is a statutory process. It is set out in statute. It is not an issue that is left to determination by the commissioners in a meeting of plenary as they have suggested. And so, my lords, the assumption by the petitioners that the commission refers to the commission is wrong and belies the case that has been brought before you. And so, my lords, the next issue that I want to deal with is the question of the role of the commission versus the role of the chairperson. My lords, under Article 138.3c, as I've said, the role of the commission, not the commissioners, is just to tally and verify the results. Sorry, and what is important here is this. My lords, and to respond maybe to my learned senior Jan Mohammed, the results of the vote at the polling station are made on the same day. The decision as to who members or the electorate will elect is made at the polling station, and the outcome of the voting is determined on the same day. It is filled in Form 34A. It is pasted on the doors of each and every polling station. Now, the important thing here is that there is not a single affidavit or evidence that has been placed before you by anybody who says that the results that were pasted on the doors of every polling station, the Form 34A, is different from the ones that were announced or declared by the chairperson at the National Tallying Center. And this brings us to what the courts have said consistently, that the results as announced by the by the presiding officers at the polling stations are final. Once those results have been declared, the voter knows that in my polling station, which had a maximum of 700 voters, the outcome of that vote was this candidate A got so many votes, candidate B got so many votes, and so on. So the result is known after the close of voting, when the counts are tallied by the presiding officers. And then, my lords, there is Article 138.10, which places an obligation on the chairperson to, within 7 days after the presidential election, to declare the result of the election. Now, my lords and my ladies, there is nothing strange about the provisions of Article 138.10. Declaration of the result, as was held in the Joho case, declaration of result is done in 3 stages. The first declaration is done at the polling station. If the argument by the commissioners was correct, that the declaration requires to be approved, it would then mean that even the result that is declared at the polling station would require the consent of the commissioners. It would mean that the results declared at the constituency tallying center would require the consent or approval of the commissioners. It would mean that the results declared at the county tallying center would require the participation consent of the commissioners. That would introduce what this court has been avoiding all along, which is human interference with the process of tallying, verifying, and declaring results. And now I'll just discuss a few cases that show why these considerations are important, and I'll start with the case of Maina Kiai. My lords, in that case, the court stated that, sorry, my lord, let me start with the Raila Odinga versus IEBC, the 2017 decision. At paragraph 287, it says, the duty to verify in Article 138 is squarely placed upon the IEBC, and that this duty runs all the way from the polling station to the constituency level and finally to the National Tallying Center. There is no disjuncture in the performance of the duty to verify. It's exercised by various agents, that is to say the presiding officer at the polling station, the returning officer at the constituency level, and the chair at the National Tallying Center. Nowhere in that decision do you hear reference to members of the commission. It refers to specific officers whose duty it is to verify and declare the results. And why is this critical? At paragraph 288, this court explains why this is important. And it says, the simultaneous electronic transmission, and my learned friend will talk about the electronic transmission. Paragraph 288, the verification process at all these levels is elaborately provided for in the Election Act and regulations. I will jump up to the part which starts by saying, but this electronic transmission also acts an insurance against potential electoral fraud by eliminating human intervention, intermeddling in the results tallying chain. Now you are being told that the commissioners need to be involved in the process of verifying and declaration of the result. This introduces exactly what the court said. We do not want human intervention or intermeddling in the chain of result declaration. And this ensures that there is no variance between the declared results and the transmitted ones. Now, the chair, again, plays a critical role in this whole process. In paragraph 365 of the same judgment, this court said that the chair has the duty of receiving the Form 34A as received from the constituency returning officers by signing the taking over section of Form 34B. It is his duty to do so. And then, my lords and my ladies, I deal with the issue that was raised that said that the chairperson styled himself to be the returning officer in respect of the presidential elections, and the suggestion that was made is that this title does not exist. First, my lords and my ladies, this is it's wrong. That's not the correct position. The chairperson undertakes the role of declaring results, which is a role that you'll find under the Elections Act, is a role reserved for a returning officer. But just to lay this whole issue to rest, my lords and my ladies, in the case of Raila Odinga versus the Law Society of Kenya, this is the first Raila Odinga 1, 2017, at paragraph 8, this is what this court said. It says, the second respondent, who is the chairperson, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that's the second respondent. The second respondent, comma, the chairperson of the IBC, who is the returning officer for the presidential election. Even this court recognized that is the role he plays. So it is not himself who styled himself. Even this court recognized that role and says it's constitutionally mandated under Article 3810 of the Constitution of Kenya to declare the result of the presidential election and deliver a written notification of the result to the Chief Justice and the incumbent president. So that the role of the chairperson in the declaration of the results is recognized both under the Constitution, Article 3810, but this court also specified that in playing that role, essentially what he's doing, he's playing the role of a returning officer. But this was even emphasized further in the clarification decision that was rendered by this court in 2017, and at paragraph 61 of the majority, the decision by the majority, the court said that at paragraph 61, it says that the, it talks of, it's a long sentence, but my lords and my ladies, I just want to read what is critical. It says the constituent returning officer aggregates Form 34A from the polling station into Form 34B before generating Form 34B. Doesn't the returning officer verify the figures in Form 34A? Is it not a fact that the second respondent, as the national returning officer, so that even in the clarification, when we came back to court and sought clarification, this court confirmed that in fact this gentleman is the returning officer, national returning officer, for purposes of the presidential election. And so the issue of him styling himself, my lords, does not arise. And it just shows you the levels to which the chairman has been unfairly vilified in a situation where the law is quite clear in the conduct of, on how he should conduct his affairs. The other thing that was also clarified a lot, my lords, and I'm just referring to this because there's no need for me to argue this, if the authorities already say so, is that the chairperson, that the verification that is referred to in Article 138, 3C, this court said that the verification that is undertaken by the commission employees, by the people that we saw in the rotunda, in the tallying center, it says the first respondent on behalf of the second respondent, commission employees on behalf of the chairperson, must verify the results against those in the transmitted Form 34A. So that the way the petitioners have put it is completely the other way around. They are suggesting that the chairperson is the one who undertakes activities on behalf of the commissioners. It's actually the other way around. It is the commission employees that undertake the verification process on behalf of the chairman to enable him declare the outcome of the results. Which takes me, my lords and my ladies, to the next issue that I want to cover, which is the declaration of the result a plenary decision? And the question that we must start with is, what is the decision that needed to be made at the National Tallying Center? What is the decision? And my lords, if you look at the architecture of Article 138 of the Constitution, and you look at the Elections Act, there is absolutely no decision that is supposed to be made at the National Tallying Center. None. The only thing that's supposed to be done is an arithmetic exercise, which is tallying, aggregating the results, verify that the form that has been brought by the constituency returning officers, Form 34A, the original, compares or is the same as that which was transmitted electronically. Then add up the numbers. And then the chairperson is supposed to determine whether the threshold in Article 138(4) has been met, which is, has the person met the 50% plus 1 threshold? It's a question of arithmetic, which the chairman must make. And lastly, make a declaration whether there is somebody who has been validly elected. Fill the forms, and that is the end. That is the end of the exercise. He then gives the Form 34D to the president-elect, and that brings to an end the election process in respect of the president. The other administrative steps of giving the certificate to the Chief Justice and to the President comes later. Now, no one here is saying that there is this particular Form 34A that is different from the ones that were received. In fact, as my learned senior correctly says, nobody is saying that the number that was declared by the chairman is wrong, because according to us, the numbers achieved by the president-elect is different because they have calculated it. The number achieved by the second was a different number because they have calculated it. Nobody is talking numbers here. All that they are saying is trying to challenge the process that went on at the National Tallying Center. But nobody is saying that any particular number is wrong. And so, my lords and my ladies, the suggestion that we should have a plenary conversation about the result would one that would cause huge ramifications to this country. Because what would happen if after the elections have been conducted and completed, commissioners, for whatever reason, take different positions and decide that they are not agreed on the declaration to be made, and that a declaration cannot be made until they all agreed? If that was what was intended by the Constitution, nothing would have been easier for Article 138(10) to have made reference to members of the Commission. It is deliberate that it only required the chairperson to declare the results. And in my humble view, my humble submission, is that the protection intended by Article 138(10) of the Constitution worked in these circumstances. We got a declaration made because it is the obligation of the chairman to make that declaration, and anybody unhappy with that declaration, the option available to them is to come to the court, and the court will determine the issue. The option cannot be that a number of the commissioners can decide we are the majority and we are going to walk away, and therefore there will be no declaration of a result. That is capturing the Constitution. It is ensuring that the Constitution is not able to ensure the establishment of a government in accordance with its provisions. It is the reason why that obligation is cast on one person and one person only. And it is unfair to vilify Chebukati for doing what the Constitution told him to do, that if you are satisfied that the threshold in Article 138(4) has been met, and if you are satisfied that there is somebody who has been elected to be president, you need to make that declaration. Just like the declaration is made at the polling station, constituency level, county level, and at the presidential level. Lords, this then takes me to the question of, and I don't want to spend a lot of time here, I will just gloss through it. What is verifying and tallying? I don't think I need to define this. I think verifying, I've already said, is simply just comparing the transmitted, electronically transmitted Form 34A against the Form 34B, Form 34A original as brought by the returning officer from the constituencies against the ones which have been transmitted. That's the exercise that is called verification. Tallying is aggregating, it's adding up the numbers just to make sure that that has been done. And this exercise was carried out. And we'll show you by the videos that will be played that in fact, the members of the commission, the commissioners, were involved in the exercise that was being undertaken at the National Tallying Center. Now, my lords and my ladies, you are also referred to extensively to the regulations and to the Gazette notice. So let me say this first. This is the first time, my lords and my ladies, that I hear a person being criticized for being too open. The chairman informed the purpose of a Gazette notice to inform the general public. The chairman informed the general public that he is the returning officer for purposes of the presidential election. He didn't need to do it, yes, but he did it. And he is being criticized for that very act of informing the public that of this fact. Secondly, they are now saying that because of the forms being in the public portal, it was possible for those forms to be interfered with in some way, and we'll show that there was no such interference. But the criticism now is you were too transparent. You were just showing people things. Even your numbers, you are showing them. That is the complaint. And my lords and my ladies, this court has gone to great lengths to say that under Article 10, transparency transparency is an essential ingredient of governance. So when you are being transparent by providing information, how can you be vilified for that? My lords, the chairperson is also criticized for setting out the result path at the National Tallying Center. He is telling the public, this is how we'll carry out the function of tallying and verifying. How can that be a source of criticism? Nobody is saying that there's a promise you made in the result path that was not followed. And my lords and my ladies, it's a humble submission that the process that was followed at the National Tallying Center, which is set out in the Gazette notice that I do not need to read out to you, was transparent, was verifiable, and was in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. None of the agents that were involved and that signed the Form 34A has denied that they signed it. Nobody has come to challenge any particular document saying that it is not their document. And an interesting question was asked yesterday. How was a handwritten document to have been changed? In fact, by having it handwritten, it helps in ensuring that if there is any alteration, this is something that can be easily seen, because you can't change somebody's handwriting. And my lords, as I leave this point, it is also important to note that the agents of the presidential candidates, all of them, all 4 presidential candidates, their agents were at the National Tallying Center on the day. All of them. They participated in the process of tallying and verification. None of them has sworn an affidavit saying any of the numbers that were being, or the exercise that was being undertaken was wrong. None of them has picked a document, and they were allowed to take copies of all the documents. They were allowed to take images. None of them has complained about that process. Then we go to the issue of the 27 constituencies, and this makes me feel very sad, because, my lords and my ladies, as this process was going on the 15th of August, at about 3 o'clock, the whole exercise of tallying and verifying had been completed, and that is in the affidavit of Marjan and Professor Goulier. Members of certain political parties decided that it was time to stop a process that had already started. We all watched in horror on TV as members, some of them who were in this court, confronted the chairperson, threw down the pulpit where he was to announce the results, threw down chairs, assaulted the chairperson and the commissioners. In fact, Professor Goulier, the chairperson, and the CEO were injured. And we have attached documents showing the injuries that they sustained. And the intention was to stop the declaration from being made. Now, this is critical, my lords. Everybody has said why it is important that a government should not be established by means other than those set out in the Constitution. But equally, nobody should stop the process of the Constitution that result in the establishment of a government in accordance with its provisions. Stopping that process is equivalent to preventing the Constitution from being effected. It's a transgression against the Constitution. And it cannot fall from the lips of those people who tried to stop that process to come before you and say, the results of 27 constituents were not publicly announced, and yet you are the one who precipitated a situation where there was disorder, there was chaos. And this chairperson and the members of the commissions were now in fear for their lives. How do you tell them to still turn up and come and undertake an act that you have prevented from happening? And my lords, in the second petition filed in 2017, and my lords, at this time also remember, this is a time when one of the officers of the commission one had been abducted, the other one had disappeared and feared to be dead and turned out to have been murdered in any event. This is the situation that was prevailing at that time. My lords, faced with this situation, this court in 2017 in the repeat election was categorical that you cannot foment trouble, you cannot foment chaos, and then try to use the chaos as your reason, or the non-performance of an act because of the chaos, as the reason to come before this court for relief. My lords, it is critical that it becomes clear to to political leaders that the decision as to who will be the leader of this country is made at the polling station. The agents, the commission agents who declare the results are just doing their job. If there is a problem, if the numbers of the votes that you got are not enough, the problem is not at the declaration. The problem is with the people who you did not persuade to vote for you in sufficient numbers. That is where the problem is. You cannot come to threaten members of the commission for purposes of them living in fear and refusing to do what they're required to do under the Constitution, and thereby enable you achieve a political purpose. And so, my lords and my ladies, the 27 constituencies, the critical point is, the results from those constituencies were tallied, were verified in accordance with the provisions of Article 138(3)(c). And you will notice that Article 138(3)(c) does not talk about announcing the results in the constituencies as a precursor or what will justify or validate the outcome. It doesn't. Lords, the next area that I just want to quickly go into, and I will just mention this in passing, the purposes for which we come to this court is that once they have made a decision, we don't revisit it. The question of the rejected votes, which I had been referred to yesterday, was determined in 2013. In 2017, Raila won, 2017, the issue again was raised, and this court said, with finality, that the only votes that will count are those votes that are valid. It's just valid votes. A vote that is rejected, a vote that is spoiled, does not express a choice, and therefore cannot count for anything. This court pronounced itself again in 2017. My lords, we cannot keep coming back before you and asking you the same question. You have answered it twice. I don't think I need to say more about it. The last item that I just want to deal with is the issue of constitutionality of certain regulations, which was raised by one of the parties. My lords, all I need to say about this, again, is that the provisions, these regulations were promulgated on 27th of April, 2017. They were the ones that were used for purposes of conduct of the 2017 election, first one, and of the repeat elections. No one has ever complained about those regulations. No application has ever been filed regarding the constitutionality of those regulations. In fact, when you retire to write your ruling, you will find that in both instances, this court relied on the provisions of Regulations 83 and Regulation 87 as the basis for the findings that were made, including the role of the chairman and the requirement for him to verify and tally the results of an election. And so, my lords, to now come late in the day, after you were made aware there is an election that is coming, you participated in those elections knowing that those regulations are there, and then when you do not succeed, you turn around and say, in fact, one of those regulations that were used is unconstitutional. That's one. Two, the law is clear, and I set out in the decisions that my ladies and my lords made in 2017 too, where you said that the determination as to constitutionality cannot affect antecedent acts. It can only look forward, so that even if there is a finding of unconstitutionality, and my humble view is that there is nothing unconstitutional about it, my lords, that cannot affect the election that was conducted on the basis of a law that was valid then. And so, my lords, it's my humble submission that this issue of whether or not the regulations are legal or not, my lord, is a small screen, because these parties, and especially the main petitioner, has been aware of this regulation and has participated in elections where this regulation has been used, now for the third time. The last item, my lords, is on the question of the postponement of the elections. Again, my lords, this has been explained in the affidavits that have been sworn by Mr. Gulier and also by the chairperson. And what happened is that the ballot boxes that were delivered, they had a mix-up in the names and the photos. And my lords and my ladies can imagine the confusion it would cause if this election was allowed to proceed on the basis of those ballots. Now, because of the deficiency of trust in this country, ballot pallets can only be opened on the eve of the elections to avoid a situation where IEBC is accused of having interfered or in any way manipulated the ballot papers. And so they were opened on the eve of the elections, which is on the 8th, and that is set out in the affidavit, when this mix-up was noticed. In other words, there was absolutely no time for fresh ballots to have been printed and delivered in time for the elections to be held. And therefore, in pursuant to the provisions of Section 55B of the Elections Elections Act, IEBC considered that this issue was an emergency. And what is an emergency? An emergency is an unexpected issue that requires immediate action. That's what an emergency is. And this was an issue that arose on the eve of the elections. These ballot papers could not possibly have been given to the electorate and told to use them for purposes of the election. And it is for that reason that IEBC, for purposes of securing the rights under Article 38 of the Constitution, decided to postpone the election to give the electors the opportunity to use the proper ballot papers for purposes of this election. And the mix-up was admitted by the printer. And what the printer did is that they agreed to print those ballot papers afresh at no cost. Now, my lords and my ladies, if we had used those ballot papers, obviously, we could not have been able to get a reprint at no cost. And secondly, for sure there would have been a petition on the basis that there was confusion arising from the mix-up in the images and the names. And so the postponement of these elections was justified in the circumstances. My learned friends dwelt at length on what the chairperson is alleged to have said in a public statement. My lords, these are newspaper reports that are given from time to time. And the important thing is, what does the law say in situations such as this? Does the IEBC have the power to postpone the elections? And the answer is yes, because it secures and protects Article 38 rights. My lord, the second issue that, and this is, the court will take judicial notice of this, is that there was ongoing litigation in Mombasa regarding the gubernatorial seat. And this litigation went on up to close just before the elections were concluded. And so, my lords, again, this caused delay in terms of the timing of when those ballot papers would arrive. So, my lords, importantly, before the ballot papers were brought, the commissioners that are complaining all traveled to Greece. All four of them traveled to Greece to review and see how the printing was going on. They were the ones who represented the commission in Greece. And so, my lords, for them to now say that there was no, that this was an error, that it cannot come from their lips. They were there, my lord. So it's a humble submission that based on what we have submitted, that the elections were conducted in accordance with the provisions of Article 138 of the Constitution, and that these petitions should be dismissed with costs. That's all, my lords.
May it please you, my ladies and my lords. For the record, my name is Eric Gumbo. I will be addressing the first, second, and third issue in the list of issues that were framed by the court. My ladies and my lords, I will, in addressing you on those issues, rely on the affidavits of Michael Ouma, dated the 26th of August 2022, and rely on the affidavit of Juan Martin Wachira Nyaga, dated the 27th of August 2022, and the affidavit of Hilda Kavonga, sworn on the 27th of July 2022. So coming to the first issue, which is whether the technology deployed by the IEBC for the conduct of the 2022 general elections met the standards of integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency to guarantee accurate and verifiable results. I will take a few moments to demonstrate how the technology that was deployed in the just concluded elections then met those constitutional imperatives. As a starting point, my ladies and my lords, we may want to ask ourselves, what exactly is this technology that we are talking about? And in answering that question, perhaps a bit of context would be of help. In the period just before the 2007 elections, when we still were dealing with the defunct Electoral Commission of Kenya, the legislative provision then, the equivalent to our Section 44, was worded in very loose, perhaps permissive terms. It was that to the effect that the Electoral Commission shall use technology where applicable or as may be appropriate. After the 2007 elections, we had the Kriegler recommendations, which then, one of which was that we must employ, or we should employ, the use of technology in our elections. When we got to the 2013 general elections, there was a good attempt at using technology, but the various forms of technology that were used were not were in different platforms, so that there was a different platform for purposes of registration, a different platform for purposes of identification, and a different platform for purposes of transmission. That did not work very well, perhaps because of the inefficiency attendant to the system then. Came the amendments in 2011 to Section 44, which required then that the technology to be employed was one to be integrated, meaning that in that one solution, we had the solution, we had the option for voter registration, which is biometrics. The second was electronic identification of voters and electronic transmission of results. Now, the question that we have before you today is whether, as conceptualized, that solution then meets the constitutional imperatives under Article 86 of integrity, verifiability, security, transparency, and accuracy. I will take a moment to just demonstrate how each of these would have been achieved. But when you retire, though, to consider the decision, I would invite your attention to specifically the affidavit of Michael Lohuma, who sets out in a very granular sense how these imperatives were met. I then would want to talk, that is specifically paragraph 39 to 49 of the affidavit of Michael Ouma. I then would want to talk a bit to the process entailed in those three items. And I'm sure we are most of us are familiar, those of us who have participated in elections are familiar with that process. That once the voting has been done and the polling station has been converted to the evening now for purposes of tallying and counting of results, we start by the counting in a very transparent manner. The presiding officers count each and every ballot, and I'm sure we've witnessed this, showing a vote for Gumbo, a vote for so-and-so, and a vote for so-and-so. Now, at the end of that process, they are then tabulated to give us Form 34A. How then is technology infused in Form 34A? Form 34A has internally identified security features. There are 8 in number. We have watermarks, we have UV potentials, we have microtext, amongst other security features. What is the significance of this? It is so that when somebody looks at the Form 34A, the original, it cannot then be confused for any other form, and that whatever it is that happened at the polling station remains an authentic representation of the will of the people. What then happens is that after that form has been tabulated, it is captured with a KIMS device. One copy is sent to the National Tallying Center, Another of that image is sent to the constituency tallying center, and the presiding officer then collects all the, takes the form 34A for purposes of the collation to the constituency tallying center. That, again, is to achieve the constitutional imperative of verification. When we get to the constituency tallying center, the returning officer has a back-end access to be able to load their Form 34B and transmit it to the National Tallying Center. Once that is done, they will then go with their Form 34A, together with their Bs, to the National Tallying Center for purposes of the verification and tallying at the National Tallying Center. Again, it is important to note that by the time the returning officer gets to the National Tallying Center, we have the image that is already in the portal. When they get there with their original form, an opportunity is then presented again for verification, for confirmation of accuracy, and more importantly, that in this election, because of the decision that was rendered by this court in the Raila Odinga decision in 2017, the commission, in reconceptualizing or reconfiguring its electoral architecture, gave a public portal for people to be able to also follow, thereby meeting the constitutional imperative of transparency. It then meant that if I'd gotten my results from my village, my primary school where I vote, I would be able to follow those results all the way to Nairobi and take account and follow if at all there is anything that would have happened or changed. Then I must be the first person to be able to raise that concern. It should also not be lost that in that polling station, we have our agents, we have our observers. Again, to add to the fact of verifiability. So that then is the architecture of what our election pathway looks like. That said, it then must follow that at the polling station, if I am a candidate, I certainly must have interest in the outcome in that particular polling station. Because a copy of the results from the polling station would be given to me, I then should be able to communicate with my team, perhaps my national agent for a particular candidate, a particular party, to be able to demonstrate that what we got in member primary school and what has been transmitted to the National Tallying Center is one and the same. And that in the event that there's a discrepancy, it does not take magic to be able to point out that. Now, as to whether this technology was successful, Michael Ouma deposed in his affidavit that 46,201 KIMS kits deployed throughout the Republic worked out of the 46,229. It then leaves us just with about 200 KIMS kits, which did not work at the opening or start of election on that particular day. I asked myself, if out of 46,000 KIMS kits, only 200 do not work, would I say I've failed? Even in our educational system, an A does not connote 100%. It starts somewhere from 88%, going all the way to 100%. The mathematical representation of this gives us more than 99% success rate. In our view, that then achieved the constitutional imperatives that are contemplated under Article 86. Again, for purposes of confirming whether that system is secure, I invite you, my ladies and my lords, to look at paragraphs 51 to 63 of the affidavit of Michael Ouma. Again, just to mention a few items in relation to that, that KIMS gadget works in specific ways. It is first locked to a specific polling station, meaning you can then not use it once you've locked it to the events of that day to transmit results from a different station for purposes of that election. That the entire network through which the results are transmitted are secured or double layered with firewalls, meaning there's the first firewall and the second firewall for purposes of securing that transmission. Very significant again to mention that at the point at which that image is to be transferred, it is encrypted. So as it is transmitted, it is not in the form of what we would imagine the image of Form 34A. If I was to use an example, if it was to be a water pipe and it is to be encrypted, it means if you broke into that water pipe, because we all know that the chemical formula of water is H2O, you'll get your hydrogen on one side, you'll get your oxygen on one side. It then means you'd not be able to make sense of that water that you're looking for. Again, we must be able to relate this with other factors. In the KIMS kit, we have certain information that is resident, close of business in any polling day. One of them is the question as to the voter turnout of a day. It means for somebody to intercept that system, they must have information in relation to the voter turnout of that day. It may not be practical for somebody to say that they have the capacity to know the voter turnout throughout the country at the second at which they want to intercept a particular form transmitted. Again, if we exceed the number of people who voted, then again, from an accountability perspective, it would be very easy to point out to say, because of the fact of this interference, you've exceeded the numbers of what was captured in your report. To give further comfort, this transmission is done over a virtual private network, which is provided by the mobile network operators, who themselves also secure that environment to ensure that there is no intrusion or interference coming from any quarter into the system. For a good, perhaps, mental understanding of what this means, or how this was applied, Michael Ouma in his affidavit says that there were more than 380 million hits on trying to, just to access the public portal. And that according to him, none of the systems even blinked. That is how secure that environment is. Now, the other question that somebody would want to look at in relation to Article 86 is the compliance with the provisions, statutory provisions in relation to procurement and all those. Again, I invite you, my ladies and my lords, to look at paragraph 64 to 71 of the affidavit of Michael Ouma. He then ends at saying that close of business, more than 14,239,000 people were successfully identified through that system. He describes it, to use his words, as a military-grade system. That is how comfortable he is with that, with the security features of that system. I come to the second question, which is whether there was interference with uploading and transmission of Forms 34A from the polling stations to the IBC public portal. The emphatic answer is no. I have given a general description of the infrastructure that was laid out. I will take a few moments to demonstrate that it wasn't possible to get into that system, and that even if somebody attempted to get into the system, then it would have been noticeable, to again speak to the fact of verifiability, and that one would be able to pick that with pinpoint precision because of the manner in which the system works. For purposes of a clear understanding, it is purely because of that verifiability, that we are able to hear our colleagues appearing on this other side for the petitioners saying that they saw a gentleman called so-and-so who accessed the system. So-and-so accessed the system because of verifiability. It means that those who were able to access the system must have been people who were then authenticated to access the system, because certainly you must get some human intervention if the system is to work. To this extent, we'll then invite you to look at the affidavit of Hilda Kavonga. Hilda Kavonga is a manager, security and business continuity. Again, Hilda confirms emphatically that the system was not breached. She speaks at paragraph 7 in good detail about how robust that system was. I invite you, my ladies and my lords, to look at the structure of that infrastructure and just appreciate for yourselves how then it was secure for purposes of protecting the will of Kenyans. At paragraph 12, she even goes on to give security assurance through certification from the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Now, we look at this in relation to the allegations that have been made. There is an allegation about staging. Learned counsel, senior counsel, Philip Murgor, spoke about the man in the middle. The indication or the allegation appears to be that somebody intercepted the system or broke into this system, downloaded this form, altered this form, uploaded it again, and sent it or transmitted it to the National Tallying Center. Like I said, when eventually we have an opportunity to look at the details that we have submitted, including the KIMS returns, it will be apparent that there was no such intrusion. But assuming for one moment that we want to interrogate this fact of staging, we then would want to ask ourselves, at what point in time did this happen? Because according to the infrastructure that is laid out by the IEBC, once a form is transmitted from the polling station and it gets to the public portal, it also has certain inbuilt security components. It has a digital signature. That digital signature marks an indication as to the exact time when that form was transmitted. If there is intervention, then certainly there must be a lag between the time when that form was transmitted and the time the form got to the National Tallying Center. It is our submission that nothing has been presented before this court to even come close to making that suggestion. Again, as part of the security that is in the portal, each of the forms that get there are serialized.
Sambu,
and the
when you are
serialization
bado illegal presentation ya IBC
is tied to the polling station. It is tied
IBC
to the date, to the time,
led
up
by
to the second
Muigai,
when that form was received. It then, as an additional property,
Ntasema tu led by
gives you a tab to be able to confirm or verify whether there's been any alteration on the form from the time it was transmitted. One would then very easily pick up that as a concern to say, we refer you to, again using my primary school in Member Primary School, that the form 34A that was sent from Member Primary School was intercepted, manipulated at this point in time. That is a report that the portal would be able to generate.
There are, of course, IEBC's legal team, which was led by, or rather is being led by Professor Githu Muigai, making their submission still. We also expect to see William Ruto's legal team as well later on in the day, and a report on the technology scrutiny as well as the recount that was ordered in court today as well during the presidential election petition hearing. Remember, today is day 2. We'll be going, rather continue continuing with that, but right about now, let's cross over to the Presbyterian University of East Africa, where Vincent Kerosi is on standby. Remember, what is happening is the academic symposium on 40-year celebration of ordination of the Presbyterian Church of East Africa women clergy, and it is going on, or rather it has begun today, and it will be happening as well as tomorrow. Expected to attend, or rather already in attendance, is the moderator of the 23rd General Assembly of the Pcea Church, Reverend Theg Mutahi, the Secretary General, Dr. Robert Waihenya, as well as the Deputy Secretary General, Reverend Kariuki, in attendance as well. We will be linking up with Vincent Kerosi, who will give us an update on so far what has happened, what is expected to happen during the day, what are some of the sessions that have been scheduled to happen, as well as what other issues will they touch on. As well, expected to give a keynote address later on in the day on women clergy in today's church is Reverend Dr. Nyambura, the very first woman clergy to be ordained in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, who will be giving a keynote address. But before that, we'll be bringing you a documentary of her story on the very first day of her ordination and how it all went down, her journey thus far till today, as well as people who were around that time, fellow church members, friends, will be speaking on the very first day a woman was ordained as clergy in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa. Of course, those are some of the key issues we're expecting to look at today, happening at the academic symposium in the Presbyterian University of East Africa. Happening as well concurrently with that is the World Council of Churches Assembly happening in Germany. It began yesterday, going on until today as well. We'll be having, or rather crossing over a bit to that, to see what issues as well are being tackled today. Remember, it is the 11th Assembly of the World Council of Churches taking place in Karlsruhe, Germany. Kicked off yesterday, the 31st of August, and will run until the 8th of September. Indeed, but right about now, let's cross over to Vincent Kerosi, who is at the Presbyterian University of East Africa, to give us an update on some of the things that have happened since morning. Who else is in attendance? The academic symposium, what do we expect that some of the issues will be addressed? Vincent Kerosi, if you can hear me, how is it going so far? Bring us up to speed.
Shabasha mtazamaji, tena moja kwa moja kwa mara nyingine na kukaribisha katika matangazo ya moja kwa moja mbashara kabisa kutoka chuo kikuu cha Pcea, mtazamaji, kutoka eneo la Kikuyu, kaunti ya Kiambu, ambapo runinga ya KAK imekita kambi kuletea matangazo ya moja kwa moja ya kuadhimisha kwa miaka 40 tangu kuteuliwa, kuwekwa wakfu na bila shaka kutawazwa kwa wahudumu wa kike katika kanisa hili la Pcea, mtazamaji, ambapo leo hii kongamano rasmi linafanyika basi kuadhimisha miongo mitatu hiyo tangu basi kutawazwa kwa hawa wahudumu wa kike, mtazamaji. Mengi tu yakitarajiwa kufanyika siku hii ya leo, mtazamaji, manake ile awamu ya kwanza imeshafanyika, sehemu ya kwanza ya kongamano hili imeshafanyika, na sasa mtazamaji, tunatarajia kwamba katika awamu ya pili hii kutakuwepo na wawasilishaji rasmi, akiwemo ambaye ni moderator wa Assembly 23 ya kanisa la Pcea, mchungaji Thego Mtahi, mtazamaji, na bila shaka yupo ndani pia. Kule ndani imemwona kwamba katibu mkuu wa kanisa hili ambaye ni daktari mchungaji Robert Waihenya pia naye amewasili hapa, miongoni mwa wageni wengi ambao watakuwa wanahudumu siku hii ya leo, ambao watakuwa wanawasilisha katika kongamano hili, mtazamaji. Yapo mengi ambayo yamewekwa mbele ili kuangaziwa na kujadiliwa, mtazamaji, moja kuu likiwa ni uibukaji wa wahuduma wa kike katika bara la Afrika, mtazamaji, na pia kuwepo kwa uongozi wa wanawake katika kanisa ama wanawake katika uongozi wa kanisa. Bila shaka pia linaona hapa kuna tamaduni bila shaka na kule basi kuweka wakfu kwa wanawake. Tamaduni zinasema namna gani kumhusu mwanamke, na bila shaka tamaduni zina nini pia kuhusiana na huduma ya wanawake katika kanisa, mtazamaji. Bila shaka naona pia kuna jingine hapa litakaloangaziwa miongoni mwa mengine ni kwamba kuna nafasi zipi basi katika huduma ya wanawake. Nafasi ni nyingi tu, lakini basi hazijawekwa wazi, hazijulikani, hazijarasimishwa. Basi katika kongamano hili bila shaka utakuwa unapata nafasi ya kufahamu ni nafasi zipi hizi zilizoko katika huduma ya wanawake, mtazamaji, ili ukapate kufaidi. Jingine ambalo linaangaziwa hapa pia ni kuvunja basi ile mipaka ambayo imewekwa na tamaduni hizi, ile mipaka ambayo imewekwa na sheria dhidi ya huduma ya wanawake. Katika kongamano hili ni swala ambalo pia linaangaziwa na kujadiliwa kwa undani zaidi na wale ambao, mtazamaji, watakuwa wanaendesha shughuli hii nzima. Bila shaka pia jingine la mwisho ni kuhusiana tu na wanawake sasa kwa jumla katika huduma, mtazamaji, na hili ndilo swala kuu ambalo litakuwa, mtazamaji, linaangaziwa hapa ili kuangaliwa ndani ya miaka 40 ni nini kimefanyika na ni kipi ambacho kinaweza kikafanywa ili huduma hii ya wanawake ikawa bora zaidi, si tu katika kanisa la Pcea lakini katika mwili wa Kristo kwa ujumla zaidi, mtazamaji. Nikumbushe kwamba ni moja kwa moja kutoka katika chuo kikuu cha Pcea, mtazamaji, ukipenda chuo kikuu cha Kipresbiteri cha Afrika Mashariki, shughuli hii ikizinduliwa rasmi hapo jana, lakini leo hii basi kongamano hili likiwa, mtazamaji, linaelekezwa moja kwa moja kuongozwa naye moderator wa kanisa la Pcea, moderator mchungaji Thego Mtai, ambaye, mtazamaji, tujue kwamba atakuwa anaingia, manake yupo katika basi ile programu ama katika ratiba ya siku hii ya leo, mtazamaji. Lakini ambaye ameingia ni katibu mkuu wa kanisa la Pcea, mchungaji Daktari Robert Wayenya, ambaye yupo ndani, mtazamaji, katika picha unazoziona pale, mtazamaji. Kumbuka kwamba shughuli hii itafanyika leo hadi mida saa 9 kule, mtazamaji, itakapogonga katika milango ya saa 9 watakuwa wanakamilisha. Lakini pia kesho ni siku ambayo pia itakuwa siku ya pili ya kongamano hili kuendelea, mtazamaji. Tunatarajia mengi zaidi, mtazamaji, ambayo itakuwa inafanyika, mtazamaji. Nikikuangazia tu yale ambayo labda huenda yakaangaziwa katika siku hii ya leo, mtazamaji, katika ratiba nilionayo hapa, iwapo nitaweza kuiangalia kwa ukaribu zaidi ratiba nilionayo, nataka kuona ni wageni wapi mbali na uongozi mkuu wa kanisa la Pcea, ni wageni akina nani pia ambao watakuwa wanahudhuria hafla ya leo na hapo kesho, na ambao watakuwa wanafanya mawasilisho ni akina nani. Nikimwangalia hapa namuona kunaye daktari mchungaji Daktari Nyambura, ambaye, mtazamaji, ndo kiongozi mkuu wa kongamano hili, mtazamaji. Hapa moja kwa moja atakuwa anawasilisha pia, na bila shaka, mtazamaji, wapo wengine. Nikimwangalia hapa namuona yupo Wanjiku Mekehwa, ambaye atakuwa anaangalia masuala ya wanawake na uongozi kanisani, mtazamaji. Nikiangazia pia wapo watu kama Violet Sikwese, ambaye atakuwa anaangazia basi wanawake katika huduma na familia, women in ministry and family. Bila shaka pia kuna daktari Naomi Gikonyo pia, ambaye pia atakuwa anazungumzia masuala hayo ya women in ministry and family, mtazamaji. Pia yupo hapa ambaye ni daktari, wengi ambao wanahudhuria, mtazamaji, ni madaktari tu, maana yake yupo daktari ya teach na daktari science ministry, kuvunja ile mipaka ambayo imewekwa katika huduma ya wanawake, mtazamaji. Bila shaka, mtazamaji, pia nikiangalia yupo Lucas Waweru Mburu, ambaye atakuwa anaangazia pia breaking the barriers in women and ministry. Yupo Laban M Karidi, pia atakuwa anaangazia masuala kama hayo. Na muona na pia yupo Daktari Kibara Titus Kiremi ambaye atakuwa anaangazia suala la utamaduni na kuwekwa wakfu ama kutawazwa kwa wanawake katika huduma. Mtazamaji, wengine ambao watakuwa na shughulika na mawasilisho katika hafla hii ni pamoja na mchungaji Daktari Nyambura, kama nilivyokufunza hapo awali. Mtazamaji, huyu ndio atakuwa anafanya mawasilisho ya awali, atakuwa anafanya mawasilisho ya kwanza kabisa, Daktari Nyambura, mtazamaji, ambaye atakuwa anaangazia swala la, ambaye atakuwa anatoa ile basi hotuba muhimu katika swala la wanawake wa huduma katika kanisa la sasa, wahuduma wa kike katika kanisa la sasa. Itakuwa inafanywa na Daktari Nyambura. Natarajia kwamba shughuli hii inafaa kuanza muda wa saa 5 hivi kuelekea saa 6:30. Mtazamaji, mengi ambayo pia yatangaza kama nilivyokujuza tu mtazamaji. Pia baada ya shughuli hii watakuwa wanaangazia basi masuala mengine tu kuhusiana na mazingira, ambapo pia watakuwa wanapanda miti ili kuadhimisha shughuli nzima ambayo watakuwa wameifanya siku hii ya leo, mtazamaji. Kwa hivyo ukiangalia katika picha unazoziona hewani, unaona kwamba kule ndani tayari katika chumba cha mkutano, mtazamaji, wapo ndani tayari wageni waalikwa, wageni waheshimiwa wamekwisha wasili, mtazamaji, na shughuli hii basi itakuwa inang'oa nanga baada ya burudani ambalo linaendelea kule ndani, mtazamaji. Baada tu ya burudani hili kamilika, basi watakuwa wanang'oa nanga, mtazamaji, kuendesha ratiba kulingana ndivyo kujuza mtazamaji. Wa kwanza kabisa kwenye uteo atakuwepo ni mchungaji Daktari Nyambura, ambaye basi atakuwa anatoa hotuba muhimu zaidi kuhusiana na wanawake wa huduma ama wahuduma wa kike katika kanisa la sasa, mtazamaji. Kumbuka kwamba mtazamaji, unaweza ukafuatilia matangazo haya moja kwa moja katika mtandao wetu wa YouTube, ambapo tunayapeperusha mbashara kabisa toka katika eneo hili, na bila shaka katika mtandao wetu wa Facebook. Bila shaka pia utoa maoni yako kuhusiana tu na hafla yenyewe, na bila shaka pia kama kuna yale masuala ambayo mngependa angaziwe katika hafla yenyewe, unaweza ukatuma kule ujumbe, na pia tutakuwa tunawafikishia wale ambao mtazamaji ni wawasilishaji, ili wakapate kuangazia yale masuala ambao ungependa yapate kuangaziwa. Habari yetu ya arafa, waweza kutuma arafa, alafu tutaiangazia moja kwa moja. Lakini muhimu zaidi kufahamisha kwamba shughuli hii inaanza rasmi leo hii, lakini pia kesho ni siku nyingine ambayo itakuwa inaendelea, mtazamaji, rasmi. Kongamano hili litakuwa linaendelea papa hapa rasmi. Kesho tutakuwa pamoja nawe. Kwa sasa mtazamaji, ni kupeleke moja kwa moja hadi kule ndani upate burudani inayoendelea kule ndani, mtazamaji, ili kwamba shughuli yenyewe itakapokuwa inaanza basi ukue umeongoeka vya tukitarajia ambaye ni mchungaji Daktari Robert Waenya, na bila shaka wengine ambao watakuwa wanafanya mawasilisho kama nilivyokujuza. Daktari Nyambura atakuwa anafanya mawasilisho yake moja kwa moja. Kwa hivyo na kuelekeza moja kwa moja katika ukumbi huu wa mikutano katika chuo kikuu cha Pcea, ambapo shughuli nzima ya kongamano la kuadhimisha miaka 40 baada ya kutawazwa na kuweka wakfu kwa mwanamke mhuduma katika kanisa la Pcea inaendelea.
thank you. You have told us salvation is here, and let's all be in that salvation as we continue with our program. Now, as we come to our next program or schedule, I'll want to confirm if the following are already with us here. Reverend Dr. Sisri Mura. Thank you. Councillors Ojambo, virtual. Those who are confirming the virtual, she's already with us online. Reverend Dr. Kibara. And Laban Karedi. Is he with us, Laban? Okay, thank you.
When the Bible wants to say something has come to an end, they'll say they waited for 40 years, for 40 days. 40 is an end of a season.
40, if you read the Old Testament, and it even overflows into the New Testament, is fullness.
You know, something continuous, not just because it's 40 years.
To me, is the victory of the church, that the church was able to embrace women.
And so we also celebrate the many men, the many leaders, our church fathers, who actually sat down and said it is time.
It's a moment of rejoicing over the joys and pains that I've gone through.
And I told God I would want to be a minister like this one.
The ones that cleared the thicket in the forest for us.
Because of the sacrifices they made, the battles they fought, you know, their great commitment.
In all humility, there are those who have been called home. They have paved the way for us.
To be with the Lord home, Jesus is still with you.
No Jesu areho rugendo ni rwega tutwaranite hegikeno.
Yes, I was the first to be ordained in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa.
It was the beginning of that history, wonderful history in Kenya.
Kumomode nyambura ni wa murwo ni watuo muramati wa ciana cia Ngai.
One thing I liked with Jane is her courage.
That is something that made us feel welcome, and that made us also close to her.
Suddenly, there were women who were heard saying out loud, "A woman would never baptize my child." I remember that very vividly when the going gets tough.
Carrying those babies, and I have this other one, was not a simple thing.
Like having your menstrual, they were wondering, will you be celebrating Holy Communion?
Saying that their mother will not be buried by another woman.
Sometimes people begin to think like you need a man in your life.
Even my sisters were shocked. My husband had the shocker of his life.
But God is good because He has called us to serve, and it's actually about God, not about us.
Of course, you can't by your own, but with God's help, it is doable.
There is a journey of transformation, of God molding them to be like whom God wants them to be.
Will my Lord say to me, "Well done, good and faithful servant"?
It's a great message for us women, that we should not look back, we should not be intimidated.
Until everyone is at the table, then the body of Christ is not complete.
They will continue occupying positions of honor, positions of service.
I can't wait to celebrate that woman who will be the moderator or the secretary general or the deputy or even the honorary treasurer.
My name is Reverend Julius Bogwa Karioki, currently serving at Raleigh Palace, Raleigh Presbytery. We are honored today appreciating one of our lady ministers in this presbytery by the name Reverend Mercy Keruja, who is serving at Uplands Palace. It is by the grace of God the far he has taken her up to this moment. We thank God and we appreciate her. Thank you.
Thank you. God has been a faithful God in our lives, because for 40 years He has been Ebenezer. We say thank you to Him because this far He has done it for us. Even as we celebrate other women, and I also want to thank God for His faithfulness in my life. In service I have served, I have seen His will, I have seen His heart, I have seen Him do mighty things in our lives. As we celebrate as women, we are so grateful to him because this far we have seen his hand. He is Ebenezer because he is our God. We thank him for his goodness. Amen.
Praise be to God. I'm Reverend Jeroge Karanja. I'm the parish minister, Garariga Parish, and also the moderator, Grady Presbytery. We thank God for the 40 years since the ordination of the first woman into the ordained ministry. And especially we thank our own Reverend Mercy Kironja, who is serving at Uplands Parish, and others who have served in this.
For the moderator of the General Assembly, who was not able to make it today, this morning, due to some other issues. Therefore, I step in the two shoes. One as the for the moderator, and the other one as the Secretary General of the Presbyterian Church of East Africa. So we are delighted to see this day, and thank you for the organizers. And those who remembered that it is a milestone and it is something to be celebrated because it didn't come easy. It has been a struggle, yes, a journey of doubt, a journey of confusion, and a journey of pain at times to where we are. And as the women clergy ministry takes shape in our church, we can confidently say that today we cannot imagine a Pcea without the women clergy. We want to thank one of our past moderators, the Reverend Dr. John Gatu, because he's the one who initiated this move and against all odds, traditional issues, and also a church which was purely patriarchal. He decided to go against the grain, and he had the issue taken to the relevant courts, and we had the first woman clergy ordained, and we are glad that we have her here, Reverend Dr. Nyabura Jeroge, and the many others who followed. We are looking at a time when we will not be talking about the women ministers as being the minority, because soon and very soon we will have the women ministers as being the majority. Believe you me, that time is coming. We are not far from there. We also look at a time when the leadership of our church at the top, we will have women in leadership. Again, I want to say this, and believe me, it is not very far. It is coming. So we need to now be ready and see the women leadership in Pcea. They are doing a good job, and they have done a good job at the presbyteries and within our institutions. And therefore, their leadership will not be given just because they are women, but it is because they are able and they have proven through the struggles they have gone through that they are equally capable. Therefore, I want to briefly talk about understanding the women ministry journey in Pcea. I will not take long because in the morning when I woke up, I was only prepared to say, ladies and gentlemen, let us stand and welcome the moderator of the General Assembly. But things changed, and therefore I was told you are the one. So we need to understand the journey of the women ministry in Pcea. It is a very biblical journey. And like the Jewish system, where women were slighted and lowly held, that's what was there in Pcea. This was made even worse for them because Pcea also used the traditions and our traditions to affirm that women should not be in leadership. And therefore they didn't have any escape route. And they were oppressed and they remained low. In all areas, when we were growing up, and as we were walking into the church with our mom, who was stronger spiritually than my dad, but upon getting into the church, it was obvious that I, being a small boy, I was to go to the right, and my mom was to go to the left, because we were never supposed to sit together. We thank God because systematically and well-articulated moves by the women in the church today, they liberated themselves from that, and they said, we are equal partners in the church. So the women's space has not just been given, it has been fought for, and the journey has been marked with challenges, doubts, and even sometimes we have heard women ministers being rejected in some parishes, not because of anything, just because they were women. It is quite unfortunate because of the leadership, the traditions then. Many people felt like women are not supposed to be at the pulpit. But the story, although there were challenges, is now a story of triumph. And women have continued to demonstrate their capacity and their ability. And to say the least, if I can say this a little bit in whispers, in many places, they are doing far much better than their male counterparts. And we congratulate them for the way they have continued to shape and to give this church a good name. They maneuvered through in this ministry, and they overcame the myriads of challenges, and today we are here. If there is somebody who is proud, although he is watching us from heaven, it is our church father, the Reverend Dr. Gatto, who said it must be done, and it should be done. Yes, everybody doubted him, but today we now see the vision he had. The same man who started the Jitegemea philosophy for the Presbyterian Church of East Africa. In history, we have great women in the church who shaped their communities, they shaped their countries, and even they continue to shape the world even today. And we are here celebrating our lady ministers because they have equally done the same. And as other nations celebrate their fasts, talking about their first president, their first pilots, their first engineers, we are here as Presbyterian Church of East Africa celebrating our first minister and the subsequent ministers who followed, and they continue to increase in their number. And we are so happy, we are so proud of you because of the good job that you are doing. You are not just a voice for the Pcea, you are a voice of your communities, you are a voice of the nation, you are a voice internationally, and we take a special cognizance of our very own, who was first to be ordained, Reverend Dr. Nyabura Joroge, who has continued to make impact within the international circles, and we are proud because we are starting here to say that the Pcea decision to ordain women was not a mistake, but it was a blessing. Therefore, brothers and sisters, we are here also to say that we are saying we are here to celebrate this time and to celebrate the future, because the future of Pcea belongs and it is in the hands of women, whether we like it or not. This is obvious, and we congratulate you because this has not been given, you have acquired it. And therefore, no one can demean the women ministry today. We cannot regret their ordination. Our reading ministers now join the league of the great Christian leaders like Florence Nightingale, who was a member of a church in England and who for years prayed to God to give her a task that would define her role and her position as a member of the church. And through God's guidance, this Lady Florence Nightingale, during the Crimean War, for those who are historians, she trained and organized nurses who are taking care of the injured soldiers. And she became known as the founder of the modern nursing. And therefore, we want to thank our own, because it is through them. And they have made a mark, just like we are celebrating this Lady Florence Nightingale, who fought her way through. And she was able to make a very remarkable mark. And our dear lady ministers, that is exactly what you've done. We are proud of you. And when books of history will be read and written and read, yours will be there. You are the Nightingales of the Presbyterian Church of East Africa. Still in history, and a very recent history, we had Mother Teresa, who won the Nobel Prize in 1979 for her work in the church and bringing help to the suffering humanity. And she became one of the most famous missionaries of her time. Likewise, our lady ministers, as we celebrate you, you have become the Mother Teresa's, because wherever you're serving, many people appreciate your motherly touch, your ability to harmonize and to bring peace and to be a tool of justice wherever you are. And therefore, our dear lady ministers, we celebrate you. Many of us might not have had an opportunity to interact with Mother Teresa, but our church community, through their interaction with you as lady ministers, I want to confirm and I want to say that they have had an opportunity to interact with the Mother Teresa's we have in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa. And therefore, this was a timely idea. It is something which is going to last. I will thank God for all of you. Still in history, we have the lady by the name Susan B. Anthony. This is another lady we cannot forget. She came from the Quakers Church. And this lady in history, as we know her, she had a long history of anti-slavery activism and brought another sense of fairness and justice. She dedicated her life to the women suffrage after joining the women's rights movement in 1852. She fought for women's rights, property ownership, fair earnings, as well as fighting for women to be allowed to attain higher education learning. And this lady is said to have been so faithful, and she refused to secularize the woman rights movement, and I quote in her book, she said, knowing it would take both religious and irreligious to change the society, I opted the path of religion. And therefore, here we are. We have our own Susans, Anthonys, who are doing so great, fighting for justice, taking everybody to task on what they are doing. Yes, fighting so that women ministry will not be seen like women, but be seen like ministers who are equally capable. And I want to say you are doing so well. And this is what you should continue doing. Let us not allow anybody to remove us from the path of justice and from path of ensuring equity and justice within our circles and within our church and beyond. Like Susan, let us continue fighting for it. Let nobody try to convince you otherwise. This is a spirit which defines the 40 years of our women ministry today as Pcea. Still in history, we have Rosa Parks, and I believe we have historians here. And Rosa Parks is called the mother of modern day civil rights movement. And in her book, The Quiet Strength, she says that she says this about how the church and how she was able to nurture the women ministry in her. She said, I felt the Lord would give the strength to endure whatever I had to face. God did away with all my fears. It was time for someone to stand up, or in my case, to sit down and do something. I refused to be moved from the path. And like this woman, Rosa Parks, I reiterate what I'm saying, our ready ministers, it is time for you to allow the inner strength in you now to work even more for the next season of our church. We are not assuring you that we are not going to push you aloud. Far from it. We are not assuring you that we are not going to fight you. We are still the same men who are there, but have the spirit of Rosa Parks. Refuse to be moved. Fight for your space. Stand strong. Where you are required to sit and strategize together. It is not a crime for you to form your caucuses and to strategize together. Remember, if you read that book, The Quiet Strength by Rosa Parks, she says, and she talks about the many women who would come to her at night to encourage her and to make her vision more clearer. Ladies, our ready ministers, it is your time to shine, strategize, and keep moving. We have others, as I conclude, like Charlotte Coffee Moon, and she spent 40 years, and remember, we are celebrating 40 years. She spent 40 years working and living in China for mission, and she said, she laid, the foundation of today's mission in the Baptist Church in America. So these are the ladies we need to emulate. These are the people who should inspire our ready ministers' ministry. So kindly keep fighting on. We have Joan Ark. We have Fanny Crosby. And for Fanny Crosby, because these are some of the great missionaries we always ignore, She wrote 9,000 hymns, which are still very popular today. And for those who are familiar with the theology of hymnology, you cannot have 5 songs and not have one song, which was done by Fanny Cosby, who did a lot of mission, and his ministry continues to inspire us even today. These are the ladies who should inspire our lady, our lady ministers' ministry today, so that we continue to move on in truth, and even as we get pushed, as we encounter new challenges, like the current challenge we are having of the reemergence of the traditional issues which is challenging women, yes, we will overcome. The struggle didn't start yesterday. It started a long time ago. And therefore, if those ones were able to overcome, we have got no excuse for us not to overcome the challenges of today. We should not allow the light of the red ministers to go off. We should keep fighting. So we wish to thank all our women clergy, for they have overcome the various challenges on their way, from being only instruments of carrying water in the church and making tea, and carrying bricks during construction, and cooking for the foodies, yes, to the position they hold today, because they are currently sitting at the Moses seat. We thank you, because it is a decision you took, prayerfully, and listening to what the Spirit of God has been telling you. The Spirit has been walking with you, and we celebrate 40 years. 40 years. Yes, 40 years is not a short time. We thank God for this journey. We thank God for the challenges you have gone through. You have gone through criticism. Many thought the decision was long. But look at the many churches who have done what we have done today. If you don't know, it is through this that even the Pentecostal movement, where we have more women than men, they were inspired by this ordination of women clergy by Pcea. We have women bishops. Yes, we are yet to have a woman moderator for Pcea, but as I said, she is coming. And therefore, let us appreciate the criticism you've gone through, because it has continued to shape your ministry. Yes, you've overcome the many doubts which was there with the women clergy ordinations. You have overcome another challenge of waiting and not hearing. You know, you might wait and not hear. Yes, you'll not hear it from men, you'll hear it from God. And therefore, thank you for your patience, because you've overcome this challenge of waiting and not hearing. The hardships you've encountered, thank you for being a strong pillar and a good example of resilience and power. And therefore, may God continue to bless you. Our women clergy, thank you, because you've overcome the brokenness. Many times you've been broken in spirit and physically by the strong men in the ministry. But here we are. We are equal partners today in this ministry, and may the Lord continue to encourage and to hold you. Yes, you've overcome traditions. It has not been easy. For those who are born after last, they might not know how strong traditions were. And having women come into the fold, it was not easy. Yes, we have our day to celebrate the oppression. You have overcome. We thank God for what you have done. So, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations and God bless you. We have got no words I'm a pastoral theologian, and it will be criminal if I don't finish with the biblical references. Because in pastoral cycle, you always add with what we call the pastoral action. And therefore, thank you for joining the League of Eve, who was the first woman to be ordained by God. Sarah, Rebecca, I don't have time to expound on this. Rachel, the wife of Jacob and the mother of Joseph. Jochebed, the mother of Moses. Miriam, Rahab, Deborah, Ruth, Hannah, Esther, Mary, Elizabeth, and many others. Yes, you are in the league of those strong women in the Bible. Continue fighting on. I finish with this quote by somebody called Boyens, and you know her again. She is an inspiration to many women who said this, and this is what I close with. We must reshape our own perception of how we view ourselves. We have to step up our struggle and our resilience as women and take the lead. This is what you are supposed to do as women. So we celebrate you, we love you, and take your position now. 40 years is a good time. In our own language, we say life begins at 40. So the life of the women ministry has just begun. Thank you so much, and God bless you. So it is now my great pleasure and joy, we can be upstanding, to declare that this symposium is now officially opened. Thank you, and God be with us. Asante sana. Asante. Thank you. We can take our seats.
Thank you, SG. Now we feel most welcome, and officially we begin now our symposium, and with those beautiful, encouraging words, I think now women, we are speaking now from a different point, and we feel empowered because this is our symposium. And as I said, it's not only for women, we are celebrating women, and that's why we should see many men coming here to support the women. So thank you so much. And I'll do what I'm supposed to do to introduce now our keynote speaker for the day so that she can be able to talk to us. And what I will say is that I don't know if it is a coincidence or it is God's planned issue. When I was doing my paper, I was able to delve into her work so much. And I think as I speak now, at least I know whom I'm speaking about. So I'll talk about Reverend Dr. Jane Nyambura Njoroge, and with her is Reverend Dr. Emily Awino Onyango. So I'll be talking about these two powerful ladies who have stood the times, very turbulent, but they are here today to give us their story. And it's a story that will all of us be glad to hear. Nowadays with the internet and all that, So I'll give the story that I've followed for the two ladies. They will pardon me if I will give some issues that maybe are not correct. They will correct me when I'm wrong, but I will give the information that I have. Reverend Dr. Jane Nyambura Njoroge is a woman of fasts. Born in Tanzania in 1964. Ten years later, the father asked her what she wanted to be. Like many of us, when we were growing up, I remember we could be asked, when you grow up, what do you want to be? Nowadays, I tell people, if I was to grow younger, this is what I would be. Although now the times have passed. So when she was 10 years old, she was asked by her father what she wanted to be when she grows up. And the answer was measured. If it was all possible, a church minister. If not, then a teacher. And today she has both, I believe. Being a doctor, you can't become a doctor without being a teacher somewhere. So we really appreciate that she chose two things that she wanted to be, and she became. Her hesitant response was informed by the reality that Kenyan clergy was at that time all men dominated, and she had never actually seen a female minister, but she dared to dream. Growing up in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, Nyambura understood the steadfast nature of church rules and regulations, but God must have had a heart's prayer, for in 1976, the Pcea leadership voted to allow women to be trained in theology. For Nyambura, it was a dream come true, and in 1978, she enrolled for a Bachelor of Divinity at St. Paul's United Theological College to graduate from that institution. Churches. The Anglican bishop had decided that the country was not yet ready for female ministers, and by 1980 had only gone as far as appointing. The first woman had been appointed, that is Florence, but a few years later, she resigned. In the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, the moderator, Reverend John Igato, successfully led the motion that nothing in theology stopped a woman from becoming a pastor. In 1982, to be precise, September 27th, 1982, the moderator, the Pcea moderator, ordained Nyambura, and her long dream to be able to serve as the minister in the church came true. In fact, I will quote a statement that was said then, that Jane Nyambura Njoroge's ordination is actually a double breakthrough. It is a big step for Christians in Kenya, privately thought, not publicly, have that is resisted the idea of women pastors. So that's a quote that was quoted at that particular time, that she was really able to brave that particular idea that women cannot be ordained. Now a Reverend, Nyambura went on to pursue a Master of Arts in Religion, 1985 at Louisville Seminary, and in 1996 received a doctorate in philosophy from Princeton Theological Seminary, making her the first ordained African woman to earn a PhD in any theological field. This lady of firsts has served with World Alliance of Reformed Churches as well as the World Council of Churches as coordinator of the Ecumenical HIV and AIDS initiative and advocacy. She has paved the way for other women to be included in the clerical fold while educating others by challenging existing stereotypes of African women. She is a widely published author of several books, including Kiama Kiango, an African Christian feminist ethic of resistance and transformation. For her, living her calling has been about achieving social justice for women, for the poor, the sick, and the disfranchised. We are thankful for the commitment, service, and boldness of Reverend Dr. Nyambura Njoroge, a clergy woman of fasts. And if I quote what she said when she was asked whether to ordain or not to ordain women into priestly minister, quoting Mercy Abba Odioye, she argued that everyone's baptism is God-given right. And she went ahead to quote Odioye saying, whatever God endorsed to boys, in baptism, God also endorsed to girls equally. So we are looking at a lady who is telling us that there is nothing hard in this particular world. And as we look at now, Canon Emily Awino Onyango, as the first bishop of the Anglican Church in Eastern Central Africa, the second woman to be ordained a priest in the Anglican Church of Kenya. Canon Emily Awino Onyango has been appointed, was appointed to serve as the assistant bishop in the Diocese of Bondo. In doing so, she became the first female Anglican bishop in Eastern Central Africa. Bishop Emily's appointment was unanimously approved by a special synod of the diocese, which was presided over by the Bishop of Bondo, then Professor David Cordia. Bishop Emily Onyango is a scholar and researcher and currently works as a senior lecturer at St. Paul's University, where she teaches church history in the Faculty of Theology. She is the chair of the Africa Center for Biblical Equity, a Langan scholar, one of the leading evangelical team of scholars, and founder member of the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians. So these are the two women that we are going to hear talk to us today. And I'll give this chance to the VC and the SG to escort these ladies to the podium so that they talk to us.
In the name of the Trinity, I glorify God for being here. All protocols observed. You have to bear with me. I happen to enjoy the traditional way of presenting a paper. I have never been comfortable with PowerPoints. I find them losing my power as a speaker. That is not to say that I don't appreciate technology. I dedicate this paper to two dear sisters who awaited ordination, but it was not to be on this side of life. Each felt called to minister to children, and they did so with a big smile. Waboy Josephine Wabero, who died in 2013, and God gave me the opportunity to serve her the last communion before she passed on in Italy with her daughter, where she is buried. The second woman, who bore a wonderful smile, is also a boy, Jane Gakara, who died in 2019. I dedicate this paper to them because I know how dedicated they were. But for some of those injustices in the church, they never got even to be licensed. My paper is entitled In Remembrance of Her Story in Church Ministry. And I begin by setting the scene because this, in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, is a year of celebrations, not celebration. Sisters, this is an incredible year, and it can only be God's doing and timing, because 3 major anniversaries in 1 year, we cannot take that for granted. 100 years of Presbyterian Church of East Africa Women's Guild, which was already celebrated in May. 60 years of Guild Week. I'm not sure it was celebrated, but I celebrated it wherever I was. And 40 years of ordination of women in the ministry of Word and Sacrament. Glory to God. This far we have come. It is with profound joy to be part of her story. The story of women who over the centuries have been part of God's mission and church. And in particular, women in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, which was established in 1891. As a third generation of Kenyan church leaders, as elder and minister of Word and Sacrament, I am very grateful to God for the opportunity of being among the cloud of trailblazers and witnesses to the ministry of the gospel in the Presbyterian Church of East Africa. I actually happened to be born 5 years after my father was ordained a Presbyterian minister. And I grew up in a home of church leaders. My mother was a midwife by training, and she was the village doctor. She was a guild leader from 1962 to 1982, symbolically handing over the mantle to her youngest daughter. She was also a church elder, among the first elders in my village, Geda Presbyterian Church. 7 of them, 7 elders were ordained and 5 were women in June 1967. And it also happened that my mother was a community leader and led the women to begin the first chapter of Young Women Christian Association in our village. It was also God's will and plan that I was the 9th daughter and no brother. So usually I don't miss having a brother because I have enjoyed good fellowship with women who have mentored me from my childhood up to this point. I've come along wonderful men who have also mentored me, but I am the woman I am because of the women who have been in my life to this day. In 2020, Pcea celebrated 100 years since the ordination of church elders. Among them were all men, Gikuyu men, at Tomotoma and at Thogoto. And there happened to be 3 European men, 2 mission staff, and 1 setra. In my view, this event marked the official Kenyanization of the church leadership in Pcea. Soon after the ordination of elders, the missionaries embarked on establishing theological training and ministerial formation that led to the ordination of the first Kenyan ministers in Pcea in 1926. In addition, teaching materials for instruction for the evangelists were improved. 8 Gikuyu men were trained and ordained, 3 from Thogoto and 5 from Tumutumu, among them Paul Kahuho Wagashoba, who happened to be a brother of my grandmother. Nevertheless, in a patriarchal setting, women had to wait until 1965 when the first women church elders were ordained by Tomotomo Presbytery. Women had to wait further to have the opportunity to undertake theological training and ministerial formation until 1976, when the 8th General Assembly resolved to theologically train and ordain women. But patriarchal ways are not God's ways. Already in 1914, women missionaries were wondering about the feet of Gikuyu girls and women. What place are the Kikuyu women going to take in the civilization that is flooding through the land? This stream of white people that keeps pouring is especially affecting them, disturbing all the relations, upsetting tribal authorities. And she remarks, and this is Marion Stevenson, who was passionate about women and girls, that the girls were being left behind while the men were getting the education. Thus, one day, a girl arrives at the manse escorted by one of the mission girls as sponsor. For some reason or other, and the reasons are diverse, although the formula is the same, she wishes to come and stay and learn about God. So I'm taking you back to the first decades of the Presbyterian Church to remind us that the women have always been there agitating for their inclusion. Inclusion for education and inclusion for other things. So within the first 2 decades, 1891 to 1919, the country had changed. Businessmen and women, missionaries, settlers, etc., had found their way in from the coast to the hinterland. But Kenyans were not lying low when our country was being taken away from us. Sisters, this year is our moment to unapologetically bask in God's glory. Faithfulness and compassion that despite being excluded from the 2 major events in 1920s of ordaining the first Kenyan women, Kenyan church leaders in Pcea, our foremothers were ready for the task, which was even greater as they stepped out to claim their dignity, freedom, selfhood, and opportunities to grow in the new faith against many odds. In 1989, as I was honored to sit at the feet of 8 of these Gikuyu pioneer women of faith from both the Goto and Tumutumu mission stations, who educated me how they were part of the young women who started Go ya Toiretu, later became Kiamakeago, Council of the Shield at Tumutumu, and the Girls Guild at Dogoto in 1922. I was looking for these women when I was doing my research for my thesis because I grew up with the narrative of Kiamakeango from my mother, who was born in Tumutumu and who was a beneficiary of Kiamakeango. So literally, I knew the names of these women from my mother, and I went looking for them so that they could fill in the gaps that my mother had left out. My maternal grandmother intentionally refused to become a Christian, and she was a single parent. But there's one thing she learned the few months she was at Mabere in Tumutumu, that female circumcision did not make you a woman. And so, although she was not part of the Kiamakeago, she took that message. And when it was time for the girls to be circumcised, she had to protect her 2 daughters, my mother and her sister. And she would bear a panga in the village, daring anybody who would take her daughter to be circumcised. And she was locally known as Nyakipaga because of bearing. So I wanted to fill in the gaps from the women who continued, who started the Kiamakeango, but who also remained Christian or accepted Christianity, unlike my grandmother. And it is this legacy of the Kiamakeango and the Girls Guild at Dogoto that we celebrated the legacy of the Women's Guild in Pcea. Anyway, at this juncture, let me applaud all the men who have been part of her story from 1891. As a scholar and a researcher of her story, allow me to appreciate 3 Pcea men who have gifted the church with their scholarly research and writings, which is long overdue. 2 of these men 4 in the second generation of leaders, and the third one is literally in the league of my grandchildren, meaning the 5th generation of leaders in Pcea. The late Goge wa Mirenga, as we knew him in our village in Karen, a product of Gecha mission from 1997 to 06, painstakingly researched and documented the pioneer Mabere girls in early education, in school in Thogoto, and to some extent to Motomo mission from 1909 to 1960. I commend Goge wa Mirenga for providing their given name, baptismal and family name, and the names of the men they married, if they did. And for some, he gives names of their daughters and sons who became prominent personalities in our society and in the church. The book is also full of important dates in their lives, meaning it is possible to trace their contributions in existing church records and in oral tradition that goes on to date in families and communities. Even though his focus was women, there is a substantial list of names of men. Moreover, the choice of the cover of his book is very illustrative. The caption also speaks volumes. We see a Gikuyu father adorned in traditional attire and ornaments with a big stick, attempting to beat his European-dressed daughter, accompanied by poignant words, "No way, my daughter." And she responds, "I must go to Mabere school, my father." In the background, you will see there is a crack in the sky. Things were really turning upside down. Timothy Murere Wajoya, who is very well known to many of us, in Selfhood, the Divinity of the Clitoris. Unfortunately, the book was too heavy. I didn't bring it to demonstrate, but I'm sure you have seen it. Graphically, he introduces us to his mother, Wadia, Wamukema Nakagai, and the collective daughters' defiance against their parents in search of education and against their authority and that of the Council of Gikuyu elders regarding female circumcision, and some other Gikuyu patriarchal traditions, including dowry in case of Wadia. Wadia did not just protest female circumcision, she protested dowry to be paid. She said, "I'm not a goat." She was a member of Kiama Kiango. In that book, which is 800 pages, Joya meticulously puts Wamirenga's illustration and caption and the impact of the first 2 decades of Pcea into words. In 1925, at age 15, Wadia had tasted education. She did not want to discontinue her education in case her parents succeeded getting her circumcised. It is important to note that in 1920s, if a girl who had joined Mabere got circumcised, she was expelled, and that was the end of her education. Joya alludes to the fact that Wadia's defiance triggered what later became struggle for land and freedom against the colonial government. These are the women we are celebrating. Without them, we could not be here. Without them, Reverend Gato would not have done what he did. Lastly, the young man I want to celebrate, and I suppose he may be in the room, is Henry Kiaduma. In his recent publication, Odheriwago, which is the theme of the Guild, the Child of Tomotomo Mission series, diligently researched the pioneer women at Tomotomo Mission and its outstations who died because of their faith in the 1950s during the Mau Mau holding period. He also interviewed some of the second generation of Guild leaders, among them church elders. The book gives a glimpse of why we celebrate the centennial of Pcea Women's Guild, as well as the need to carve special events to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Guild Week, which he cherished as a little boy, and 40th anniversary of ordination of women elders. Since I continue lifting up the women, I wanted at least to say there have been men who have been alongside the women, not just making sure that decisions are changed, policies are changed, but they are also researching on her story. And those three, I would certainly say, they are worthy having in your libraries at home, but also in your institutions, since we are at a university. Of course, there are other women who have written about themselves and the struggle, particularly during the Mau Mau time. And one of those celebrated women is Muthoni Kimani, who has a book, pass book number F47927, which was her passbook number. And she has written a lot about women and Mau Mau in Kenya. A story that is rarely not told. The women who are left home by the men who either died or went to the forest or who are detained. She writes about them. And my mother-in-law happened to be one of those women left behind, digging the trenches when she had a little boy who ended up being my beloved husband. So these stories, we need to search for them. Njoroge is sitting here in case you are wondering whom I'm talking about. So I want to give that introduction to say there is so much that I know I don't know of the women who have made me and others to be the beginnings of the Presbyterian Church, and the women who carried the torch, taking the theme of Kiamakeango. The shield was supposed to be for the young men going to protect their community. And the women symbolically said, we are going to protect our daughters from female genital mutilation and other retrogressive practices of the day. And that's my roots. Now I come to where my brother left us, the neglected mandate in the Bible by the church in remembrance of her. Contrary to prevailing patriarchal biblical interpretations and teachings of scriptures and church history in many churches, Jesus demonstrated in word and deed that women are called to witness the gospel without discrimination and prejudice. He held profound theological discourses with women and openly affirmed their commitment to the good news. Women were part of the healing narratives, the prophetic ministry, and other teaching ministries that Jesus was involved in. In all the 4 Gospels, more than once, Jesus rebuked distractors who demeaned women and consequently affirmed their faith and actions in public. In other words, Christian gospel cannot be proclaimed if the women disciples and what they have done are not remembered and their witness valued. The 40th anniversary theme of women's ordination in the Ministry of Word and Sacrament in Pcea, Ebenezer, let her celebrate, rejoice, and witness for Christ, is indeed an invitation to remember women who have faithfully witnessed for Christ by God's grace, despite patriarchal conspiracy to lock them out. The theme invites us to celebrate and rejoice because Jesus affirmed and commissioned women to witness his resurrection through Mary Magdalene and many other women disciples from the womb to the tomb, as it were. Before we turn to Mary Magdalene, whose story we capture in the theme, it is important for us to revisit one of these most neglected mandates by Jesus. And I am quoting from the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and John, the story of the woman who anointed Jesus before his burial. This story is very loaded, which begs our attention to details of the context in all the 4 Gospels for us to appreciate the weight of Jesus' mandate in remembrance of her. The anointing and kissing of Jesus by a woman took place a few days before the Passover feast, when Jesus' life was in extreme danger. And I now quote from Matthew and Mark and Luke. When Jesus had finished saying all these things, he said to the disciples, "You know that after 2 days the Passover is coming, and the Son of Man will be handed over to be crucified." Then the chief priests and the elders of the people gathered in the courtyard of the high priest, who was called Caiaphas, and they conspired to arrest Jesus by stealth and kill him. But they said, "Not during the festival, and there may be a riot among the people." So that's the background. Besides, the Gospel according to John offers more details about the location. This was happening in Bethany, which was the home place of Martha, Mary, and Lazarus, whom Jesus raised from the dead. Before Jesus responded to the message of Martha and Mary that their beloved brother Lazarus is very ill, it is clear his life was at great risk. And this is what the Gospel of John reminds us. Then after this, he said to the disciples, "Let us go to Judea again." The disciples said to him, "Rabbi, the Jews were just now trying to stone you, and are you going there again?" Many of the Jews, therefore, who had come with Mary and had seen what Jesus did, believed in him. But some of them went to the Pharisees and told them what Jesus had done. So the chief priests and the Pharisees called a meeting of the council and said, "What are we to do? This man is performing many signs." That was after restoring Lazarus' life. All the 4 Gospels capture vividly the life-threatening context that the anointing of Jesus by Mary took place in the home she shared with her sister, mother, and brother Lazarus, as well as the Passover feast. Despite the danger and threats, Mother decided to give a Thanksgiving dinner for the restored life of Lazarus. And we can read the chapter 12 to remind us exactly what happened in their home. Because time and space do not allow us to go deeper into these narratives, but let me say, both Martha and Mary were among the women who faithfully followed Jesus and who had deep theological understanding of Jesus' teachings and his discourse about his death and resurrection. Both Luke and John have generously captured several occasions that attest the women's discipleship and meaningful engagement from the womb to the tomb. For instance, we know that Luke narrates another intimate incident when a woman anointed Jesus in the house of Simon the Pharisee. Again, we can read that story, how she ended up being forgiven her sins and how Simon was more or less, or the disciples, rebuking this nameless woman who also, in a very sensual way, washed the feet of Jesus. I don't know whether we have ever imagined a woman drying her tears with her hair on his feet. Just allow yourselves for a moment to imagine the scene, and it was not in private. So in the home of Simon, a Pharisee, without invitation for permission, a woman who must have known Jesus chose the occasion of another meal to offer her gratitude to Jesus, like Martha and Mary. It is noteworthy that in Hebrew society, those who were anointed were priests, prophets, and kings. Mary and the other unnamed woman in Simon's house must have recognized and ritually confessed that Jesus is prophet, king, and priest in Israel. The Gospels acknowledge that the women understood the messiahship of Jesus. So on these occasions, both occasions, the men present disapprove the ritual of anointing Jesus by a woman. In response, Jesus declared for all present to hear, "Truly I tell you, wherever the good news is proclaimed in the whole world, what she has done will be told in remembrance of her." Why don't we have these words in the communion liturgy? Why not? This just happened before the last Passover. In other words, every time we proclaim the Lord's death and until he comes, through the ministry of word and sacrament, we should pronounce his anointing by a woman in remembrance of her. Regrettably, to a large extent, patriarchal church leadership and patriarchal biblical interpretations continue to censor inclusion of women in all the ministries of the gospel. The hallmarks of patriarchy are domination, control, marginalization, and gross conduct of injustices, and it is exercised and promoted, unfortunately, by both women and men. I have a quote here from a South African woman who summarizes what patriarchy is, and is the centrality of the man as the central reality of our being. Everything is around that. So even when it comes to theologizing, patriarchal theology dominates in our lives and everything else we do. And that's why it's so difficult for us even to have held the highest positions of the church 40 years down the road. It's long overdue. 40 years ago, when I was ordained, long before the noisiness of the social media, I was bombarded in the letters to the editor section of the two main daily nations of the day, that is the Daily Nation and East African Standard, to explain Pauline passages that say women should remain silent in church. These letters expressed disapproval that the Pcea had erred by ordaining a woman to the ministry of word and sacrament. And by the way, those who don't know, during my licensing, which was what happens before, when we are given the power to preach, and when we become the reverend, I was 13 days to walk into a maternity bed, labor ward. So I was real newspaper because I was up to there. So even by the time the ordination was coming, the story had gone out, and that's why the newspapers, I had all this questioning. Can she explain to us? Paul said such and such. It is not strange that even during my ordination service at Bahati, a woman declared loudly that her children can never be baptized by a woman. In other circumstances, some women visited me in the office at Bahati and made it clear that their child will be baptized by the senior male clergy, the late Reverend Samuel Wayaki. Others reminded me of Ephesians chapter 5, that despite my ordination, I must submit to my husband because he is the head of the family. They didn't ask for his opinion. They already knew what he should be. I clearly understood the patriarchal mindset that is deeply entrenched in our socialization, culture, teachings, and communities of faith. But I vividly recalled the wise counsel and through Agekoyo saying by two former moderators, Crispus Kyogo and Jeremiah Getau, during a training and personnel interview, that the eyes of a frog do not stop the cow from drinking water from the river. Like our foremothers in the scriptures and in the journey of faith, I was not deterred. I trusted in God's wisdom and guidance. I have always remembered those two elderly men. You know, they were giants. I was a little girl in my early 20s. And they looked at me and said, "Don't worry. All those frogs, their eyes, they will not stop you from going where God has called you to go." For many Christians, Paul and Peter remain the authority of how a church should be structured and who is qualified to lead the church, as well as how to order a Christian marriage and family and the headship of husbands in the family or other men. In many ways, the church has remained oblivious to the mandate of Jesus that we proclaim, teach, and recognize women as witnesses of Christ, who publicly recognized and ritually appointed him prophet, priest, and king in remembrance of her. The anointing happened in a household headed by a woman, mother. Through that full listening, hospitality, service, and lamentation, women learned the theological significance of the life and ministry of Jesus. Even when it was very grievous and risky, women followed Jesus to Jerusalem during his darkest days. I remind you of the words in Luke. A great number of people followed him, and among them were women who were beating their chests and wailing for him. But Jesus turned to them and said, "Daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children." Women, we are still weeping. We are still weeping for ourselves and for our children. We started with Mother Mary and Lazarus. when those in high authority were conspiring to arrest Jesus and Lazarus and to kill them. At the cross, the gospel, according to John, paints a heart-rendering moment any mother should never witness. And this is when Jesus was dying. And he looks at her and says, "That's your son." And looks at the beloved disciple, and that is your mother. But she witnessed him take the last breath through a violent death. Meanwhile, standing near the cross of Jesus were his mother and his mother's sister, Mary and the wife of Cleopas, and Mary Magdalene. When Jesus saw his mother, as I have said, "Woman, here is your son." And he turned to the disciple, "Here is your mother." And from that hour, the disciple took her into her home. Jesus was left naked, bleeding, thirsty, and hungry, with his mother looking on. Back to Mary Magdalene, whom we have met in the gospel, according to Luke, among women who followed and ministered to Jesus' needs. She too was not spared the agony of witnessing a naked, hungry, thirsty, bleeding Jesus on the cross, the man who had healed her. Mary Magdalene, together with Joanna, Mary, mother of James, and other women, followed Joseph of Arimathea and Nicodemus, who asked for the body of Jesus for burial. After identifying the tomb, the women returned home and prepared spices and ointments for anointing Jesus after his burial. Alas, after resting on the Sabbath, at early dawn, Mary Magdalene and the other women witnessed the empty tomb. We know that all the four Gospels attest to the fact that the women were the first at the tomb, led by Mary Magdalene, and her name is mentioned first. In the Gospel of John, Mary Magdalene is the primary character. Jesus said to her, "Do not touch me, because I have not yet ascended to the Father." And we know how she was sent to the brothers. And she said, "I have seen the Lord." And she told them that he had said these things to her. Why is this only narrated during Easter? Why don't we consistently use this text to remind us that without the women, probably the resurrection story would have been lost? By God's design and wisdom, women were at the heart and center of the good news. For a moment, let us recall ordinary and unconventional women acknowledged in the genealogy of Jesus. There is Tamar, there is Rahab, there is Ruth, there is Uriah's wife Bathsheba, and finally Mary. During Mary's pregnancy, she was accompanied and affirmed by elderly pregnant Elizabeth as the mother of Jesus. Why do we make it a big deal whether pregnant women can be at the pulpit or even serve communion? Here are two beautiful women, very young, very elderly, pregnant, celebrating God's doing. Just allow ourselves, our brothers, to celebrate pregnant women, even at the pulpit, even at my licensing, as I was really honored, not for the presbytery to wait until I delivered to license me. They were not ashamed that I was that heavily pregnant with my second child. We also know that after birth, Prophet Anna was waiting at the temple. She was a widow and received baby Jesus, of course, with Simeon, praised God and spoke about the child to all who were looking for the redemption of Jerusalem. God's plan is not carried out only by the mighty and powerful men. Similarly, we are reminded of the ordinary Hebrew midwives, Spira and Pua, who feared God and embraced civil disobedience against the powerful Pharaoh. According to Jesus, wherever the good news of his death and his resurrection is proclaimed, her story, all those named and unnamed women in the Gospels must be told, remembered and valued. The only other time Jesus mandated remembrance is in the connection to the Last Supper, which we solemnly celebrate during sacrament of the Holy Communion, when he said, "This is my body, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me." Go to the Gospels. Those are the only two times. So why do we lift one and put down the other in remembrance of her? We have taken time to reflect on a few of the women in the Bible who played a fundamental role in the life and ministry of Jesus during joyous times and some of the most vulnerable days of his life, when they literally saw him captured, tried, humiliated, thirsty, hungry, bleeding, naked, and faced a violent death. Usually these narratives of women are glossed over, and the church focuses on Simon Peter and his brothers, who literally took off and went home after witnessing the empty tomb. Yet, these Bible stories narrated and taught by women missionaries at the Mabere, at the villages and around the fireplace, inspired and seized the attention of pioneer Gikuyu women who embraced Christian faith, and like the Samaritan woman at the well with Jesus, they became evangelists among their people, as we shall see shortly. We know the story of the Samaritan woman. When we celebrate church leaders in Pcea, how come we don't seem to know any woman who was an evangelist, trained by Marion and company? Marion Stevenson, the missionary at Tumutum. In remembrance and gratitude for the women in the Bible, we are inspired by the Holy Spirit to heed the voice and commission by the Messiah to participate in the salvation narrative. So now I turn to the legacy of our foremothers, whom I talked about a little bit earlier, which is living with us up to this time. And I want to start with a Bible text in Hebrews. The faith of Rahab the prostitute did not perish. By faith, Rahab the prostitute did not perish with those who were disobedient, because she had received the spies in peace. Therefore, since we are surrounded by so great a crowd of witnesses, let us also lay aside every weight and the sin that clings closely, and let us run with perseverance the race that is set before us, looking to Jesus, the pioneer and perfecter of faith. Looking to Jesus, not Paul and Simon Peter, who, like us, were given the mandate to go and spread the gospel. We look up to Jesus, our pioneer and perfecter of faith, who for the sake of the joy that was set before him endured the cross, disregarding its shame, and has taken his seat at the right hand of the throne. Throughout the missionary legacy, there were many women. I was sitting with a few volumes of Kikuyu News, which were written from 1908 to 1958. And almost all of them have a documentation of the mission staff in Kenya. And you should be surprised that probably the women number was more than the men. Because most of these women were secretaries in the offices, they were this and the other, they're low cadre. We don't talk about them. but there are plenty of them. And we need to celebrate those women missionaries together with those whom they taught and educated. So I have reflected more on Marion Stevenson's work, both at Dogoto and at Tomotomo, because she was so multifaceted. She was among the teachers of the students, the theological students. She was part of those who created the curriculum. She was part of the team that was translators from New Testament Gospels to Gikuyu language. So she was quite something, and there is a biography of Marion Stevenson, so you can hear her through the biography and know her work. And this woman did so much. She had girls' Bible class, then she had women who were going to the forest to get firewood. She would follow them there, put them in groups, and started teaching them. She wondered whether they actually understood, but we know that not all of them became Christians, not all of them got educated, but out of that group, she says, whenever they had those meetings, they would ask theological questions, but one of the most important questions that captured her imagination, and she narrates it so well. But what can a woman do? Was the question often put to her when she urged them to learn. Her answer was to teach them of the humble women in the Bible, of Mary, the mother of Jesus, and the other women who ministered to him. How they were the last at the cross, the first at the tomb, the first to see the risen Christ, the first to be commissioned to tell the others. The special message that those women of the Bible had for Gikuyu girls and women was that their duty was to be first too. They must not lag behind the men who were taking a stand on the side of Jesus. It was such men they would marry and either drag them down or help them up. The future lay with them and with their children. So Marion was really focused to make sure that these women did not see themselves as less important than the men who had already started taking leadership in the church. But the future was not bright, as I referred to the documentation of Goge wa Mirenga. How all that was happening, there was turmoil in the families because some parents did not allow their daughters to go to school. There isn't much story of how they protested when the men went to school. I have at least come across how they protested. But with Marion, many women started coming even to profess their faith and eventually getting baptized. It is important to note that Marion was started at Dogoto. When it was time for her to go to Tomotomo, two women, Wajiro and Wageshi, were sent to pave the way for her. And according to the biographer of Marion Stevenson, these were the first Gikuyu women evangelists. Unfortunately, they died soon after because of the plague in that decade. Sisters, this is how we got here. Despite the insurmountable challenges, including life-threatening encounters with hyenas, flooding rivers, these trailblazers faced, more girls and women persisted and looked for opportunities of being educated. They embraced Christianity. Some trained as nurses, midwives, teachers, evangelists, and many continued with their professions even after getting married and having large families. I want to quote Rebecca Jau, who writes about her mother, who was educated at Dogoto. Her Hannah Wajiro. And she says that she was at Mabere, she became a Christian, she got married, but in 1937, she encountered the East African Revival Movement and eventually became a great preacher, both in Kenya and in Uganda. And she, in the 1940s, she learned Kiswahili so that she could communicate with more communities beyond the Gikuyu people through the revival movement. She was a great preacher. Despite poor health, she raised 12 children with her husband, who was a civil servant in Nairobi. And being born again, and I'm introducing here the other facilitator for women to know that they could preach and share the word of God through the East African Revival Movement. So there is a story, and if you have come across the autobiography of Rebecca Jau, who is still alive in her early 90s, Mirrors of My Life, you would know how important some of these women were, who were trained at Mambere. And I continue. Rebecca continues to narrate about her mother and how she, even after marrying into the Anglican church in Kanyarere, at least the Anglican church has honored her, and there is a pulpit which memorizes her work, not just as a Christian woman, but a woman preacher and a leader in the Anglican church in Kanyarere. The refusal and failure of the church to accept women in all ministries of the gospel of Christ, notwithstanding, women have stood their ground. We also have the biography, the autobiography of Grace Ogot, who was raised an Anglican in Maseno, and she too writes about her mother, a woman called Rahel, and how she contributed to the shaping of Christianity in the Western province in Kenya. And so that's why, for me, her story needs to be researched, because these women, we need to document them for the work they did for the country, but also for the church. Grace of God herself was a part of the revival movement like her mother and her father. And we know that she contributed greatly in the Kenyan society through literature and being a very successful politician. So we can go on and name all these women. And I don't apologize for focusing on women, because when the story is told, it's told through the eyes of men. We always remember the men who are sitting at the General Assemblies making the decision. We don't know the women who are agitating Reverend Gato. He could not sleep. Eda Gashukia, whom I interviewed, who is still with us, she was one of those at the assembly who said, we are given permission now to speak as non-commissioners. And we have the words in the autobiography of Reverend Gato, where he tells us how we came to be where we are in 1976. It's the women who are given permission to speak on their own behalf and said, we have special gifts to bring to ministry. So he was a facilitator of hard work by women. So we can talk about the turning tide and the redefining of leadership and ministry in Pcea through the Women's Guild as it was growing. And I'm sure that history, you celebrated it in May. But we even had women deacons in the Presbyterian Church in 1948. But significantly in 1956, when the church became autonomous from the Church of Scotland, the Women's Guild created Central Committee with the second generation of Christians taking the leadership. So this is our legacy. 1960s was significant. because the women who took over the guild leadership and in the revival movement, that's when we see the church, the women asking for the guild week in 1962 was approved. They started, and that gave visibility to the work of the women. And that's why for me, this being the 60th anniversary, I am celebrating the guild. And also to say, as I was growing up, as I said, my mother being a leader, I was a child of the guild. She had to take me to meetings because there was nobody to take care of me at home. So this is the story I grew up with. I knew about the guild as I was growing up. I knew about the guild week because I couldn't miss it, because I had to accompany my mother as a leader. And also, it is in 1961 when the women asked to have a full-time guild organizer. Before Priscilla Mireka could take on, she was sent to Scotland to study about the guild because that's where we started. But Mary Kirofi is the one who held the helm of the first woman guild organizer for 2 to 3 years as Priscilla Mireka was being trained. So these are important milestones in the leadership that has made us to be where we are. Remember, in the Presbyterian Church, if you are not a church elder, you can't be ordained clergy. That is the first step of leadership. So we can talk about the guild week, and that's why this volume is very important, because Henry passionately documents how joyous the guild week used to be. I don't know about now. And that's also the history I have of the guild week. So this turning tide is significant. I want to emphasize what Marion said, because when I interviewed the women I interviewed for my thesis, the first generation, the second generation, and those who are coming in as that generation, biblical narratives on women carried the day. They would always say, if Miriam did what she did, if Deborah did what she did, why not us? And why has the church blocked the way? I have said, Reverend Gatto has documented in his autobiography how in the assembly he asked that non-commissioners, those who didn't have a right to speak and vote, were given chance. Mr. Moderator, it is not our intention to be equal with our male counterparts. There is one thing that a man can never do, but it is our special quality. All we are requesting is for the church to afford us the opportunity to serve the church, sometimes in ways which no man can ever do. I'm trying to rush through this. I know it's taking quite a while, but I couldn't stop writing because I was so excited. But equally important, Reverend Gatto tells us what the revival movement did to him as a man. And that's why I want to come, my brothers. We can't get to the headquarters and become the moderator of Pcea if the men are not changing alongside us. You have to allow the Holy Spirit to change your patriarchal ways of seeing the gospel and the ministry of Jesus Christ. And so Reverend Gatto gives us his personal example when they started calling Wadada and Wadugu in the revival movement, and how he learned to treat his wife as an equal in marriage, a partnership. And he even confesses that even with his sisters, he treated them as equal to the brothers because he was the eldest. And these are things that we need to research on. What has the revival movement done in our lives? And have we continued that gospel of equality, of equal discipleship, as it was developing in the revival movement? But I want now to turn to the fact that In the Reformed family, the first woman to be ordained in the United States was ordained in 1853. She was Antoinette Brown Blackwell in a Congregational church. She was theologically trained, and if you read her biography, you see what she had to fight through to be a theological student in the first place. But finally she was ordained on 15th September 1853. There are other examples that I have given of women struggle for ordination, for instance, in South Africa. There is a woman whose story is told. She was 27 when she finished her theological training. She only got her ordination when she was 73. Again, in a Congregational church, is in Southern Africa. The quote that was done about Mase Oduyoye, for me, was very significant, to remind me of my baptismal vows, and that when we take those vows, there's no difference between the vows that are taken for a boy or a girl when we are baptized as children. The confirmation vows when we confirm our baptism as adults, as young adults, there's no difference. And that for me was very significant. But Musimbi Kanyoro, a Kenyan Lutheran biblical linguist and ecumenist, they were being interviewed here in Kenya in 1990. She says, again, because there was a lot of debate that pregnant women should not be preaching and getting to serve communion and all that. So she says, Mary, the mother of Jesus, out of joy in her pregnancy, praised the Lord. Her spirit was rejoicing in God, her Savior. And what is more beautiful than the sight of a pregnant woman? In her, God is carrying out the most wondrous miracle of bringing a new life into the universe. God is the ultimate giver of life. And so, how can the sight of a pregnant woman at the altar be shameful before God? If I was a pastor, that would be the moment I would be at my best. These are women I have known and journeyed with. And when I see these quotes, I'm reminded, don't listen. Remember the saying about the frogs? Go on with life and serve the Lord. But again, there has been a lot of changes through the ecumenical movement. Many people know about the World Council of Churches or African Conference of Churches, but the YWCA has been a fundamental place for women to grow as leaders, as Christian leaders. We have what we call World Day of Prayer today, used to be called Women's World Day of Prayer, which again I learned from my mother. There is World Student Christian Federation and National Council of Churches. In all those spaces, women have enjoyed leadership. Some by default, but some because they were in the right place at the right time. I'm getting there. As a trailblazer, I had the opportunity of attending a global consultation of women theological students hosted by the World Council of Churches in 1978. I'm sure you are already calculating when I was born. During my first year at St. Paul's United Theological College, we went to, I think I need to stop here to say, had it not been for my mother, I would not have gone to the World Council of Churches consultation. The late Wajiko Shiori, who worked with the National Council of Churches, and she was a community leader, was also a member of the YWCA. And she went to Geneva for our YWCA function, and she was told then that the World Council of Churches, which was just across the road, is organizing a consultation for women theological students. And Wajiko knew my mother as a YWCA member in the village. She said, there is a woman in the village called Geda, and I heard her daughter went to St. Paul's. So when Wajiko came back, went hunting for Priscilla Mireka in the headquarters, and before I knew it, I was in Switzerland 3 weeks before my wedding. You can imagine what a drama it was, missing a flight back home on a Thursday when my wedding was on a Saturday. Maybe those are the things I remember. But back to the consultation. We agreed as the 8 African women in that consultation out of 53 participants that when we come back home, we will look for the other women in Africa. Thank God for Pcea Oduyoye, who was most seasoned from Ghana. She spent 10 years looking for us. In fact, she lost my contact because soon after I changed my name, nobody ever knew that there was a Jane Nyabura because I became a Joroge. And that's another story for another day, why we should not change our names. But, so the first meeting she called to prepare for the big meeting, I missed because she couldn't get my contacts. But finally, thank God, I got invited to the first Women Theologians consultation in Ghana in 1989. And the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians was already mentioned, where I met my sister, Emily, when we were young and beautiful, naive, going to Ghana, and we launched the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians. This is very important space for us as women in Africa. It's where I have trained myself to be a theologian, to write, to research, to be critiqued, and to listen to the voices of other women in Africa. So I highlight the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians. Those who don't know much about this network, please pay attention. And all you women theologians in the room who are not actively involved, I challenge you to take that very seriously. We used the story of the woman in the Bible who was bleeding and the girl who was raised from the dead, Jairus' daughter. Arise and shine. So the woman was healed, the girl is healed. So African women, African girls, arise, and we bring a new dimension into the theological platform. Our business is to research, write, and publish, and mentor one another. I want to quote the late Hannah Wageshi Kinoti, who was a professor at the university, and who was raised Presbyterian in Tomotomo area, but married a Methodist family in Meru. And she described the circle, which comprises the daughters and generation of women in Africa, courageous women who remain uncelebrated, but nevertheless are immortalized by the symbolic umbilical cord that binds mother and child from one generation to the next. The women of the circle are deeply concerned about the burning issues surrounding us and issues even of identity. They reflect out of their own experience in the involvement of society and the established religious communities in contemporary Africa. They are women in touch with the realities of African continent, a land richly endowed with natural resources and beautiful peoples, but a land despoiled by religious, cultural, and socio-political structures that have denied women the fullness of life. In Kenya, if you now go to many of our universities, whether it's the Catholic University, even the state universities like Kenyatta University, you will hear these voices of women theologians. Because we vowed to do it over 30 years ago, and we continue to write and publish. Most of the times, anthologies, because we don't have the resources to publish individually. But nevertheless, our voice have been heard. But don't forget that as we celebrate 40 years, we also had the tragedy of the epidemic of HIV. And so when the HIV came, and we were all uneducated about it, finally it occurred to us women in the circle that we were the most affected as women. This is a highly sexually transmitted disease, and we don't talk about sex. Women, good Christian women, quote unquote, started dying. And people would not make sense why such a good woman would die of AIDS. So as we began to understand, we also engaged theologically, biblically, to analyze what is all this about. We even learned to talk about sex, sexuality, sexual gender-based violence in public and write about it. We have written extensively on HIV, not just as in the circle, but the voice of the theological voice of women in this arena has been very significant, and you know that's the work I did for the last 17 years. So I'm bringing that to remind us that the 40 years have not been just hallelujah. We have been in the trenches, we have died, we have raised children who are HIV positive. Some of us, theologically trained clergy, have been positive, and many of us have buried our dear ones. But we have also been the caregivers of many, many of those affected by HIV. Because traditionally, woman is supposed to be the primary caregiver of the sick and the dying. So all those, you have to put them into context. I want to reflect briefly on my first years at Bahati, because I want to talk about the sexism and sexist language in the Presbyterian Church, and I'm sure the other churches are no better. Some elders were shocked to discover that I was posted to Bahati after my graduation from St. Paul's in July, August of 1980. And when I arrived there, thank God, Reverend Wayaki had seen what would be happening when he discovered that I was getting there. So he made sure I was ordained an elder before I went to Bahati. So some elders were shocked to discover that I was ordained elder at the age of 23. They almost dropped. This is Bahati, where there was not a single woman elder. They had assumed as a young woman theological student, I could not possibly be ordained elder, which would automatically bar me from attending taxation. Because you know in Pcea, you don't go to taxation unless you are bringing your problems if you are not a clergy or an elder. So for 2 full years, I was the little girl in that company of men. And they forgot many times I was in the room. So all the sexist language, it was just coming through. But when it was time to add the number of elders in the parish, the debate was vigorous. For 3 years, I was the only woman in the session, except a few occasions when the spouses of Reverend Wayaki and Reverend Deve would come because they had been ordained elders elsewhere. I had to put up with demeaning language towards women when the session debated if they would ordain women elders, until one voice of reason asked, who has more, this is 1983, who has more responsibility, a minister or an elder? If this parish witnessed the ordination of the first woman minister, our daughter, who stops us from ordaining her mothers who have demonstrated great leadership in the Women's Guild? After rigorous scrutiny of the many names that were presented to be considered for women eldership, the debate is one I have never forgotten. the words that were used to describe some women, to discredit them from being elders. I remember fondly those days, because as a young clergywoman, women who sheltered me at Bahati in the Women's Guild, I could hear them being described in very sexist language, and it was painful. You have to forgive me for remembering Esther Wamoyo Moya, the late, and Marida Nyagati Wawashira, also the late. Those two women were tremendous. They were women guild leaders who made sure that when I left for studies in 1984 to 1885, my children and my husband never felt abandoned. They would make sure there was a rota in the parish, including men, to go and visit my family. Joroge and the little kids, and we lived from Bahati. We were from Bahati Parish. We lived in Karen, Mutero, those who know the place. They never failed. So when I was hearing, oh, women are like children, I'm sorry to say we are all grown-ups in the room. I asked one of the elders in the room whose wife was being described as a child. I'm sorry, my brother, your wife is being described as a child and you're sitting here and you're not outraged? That's how serious it was in the session. And I'm not depicting Bahati as the most retrogressive, but that was my experience. And my due, my rock of village, Geda, very rural, had ordained the first women elders in 1967. So for me, this was a debate that I never expected to hear, because I grew up with women elders in my church who mentored me in those days. So redefining leadership and ministry is complex, overpowering, and long-term undertaking. And it is a business of seeking justice, healing, fullness of life in Christ in our lives. There have been a lot of daunting challenges, and some of them have already mentioned them, so I'll not read all of them. But I beg to say, I continuously hear even today how single women, whether they are married, whether they have children or not, continues to struggle even to make it through the first interview when they have a call. Very challenging. Recently, I had one who literally was so humiliated that she drove 6 kilometers after the interview, opposite direction, because she didn't know where she was, driving dangerously. Because when you are so low, you should not even touch the wheel. But she had to return the car to the friend who had loaned her. These are still happening. But if you happen to be single and parent, bad news. But thank God, now I know that we have had at least 2 or 3 single parents who have been ordained by the church. These are some of the challenges that I continue to hear, but I didn't have a lot of time to research on this because I was doing this from a distance. But again, my personal experience at Bahati, it was so shocking. After I was ordained, I discovered I had a new title. I became Wago Amakeli. Those of you who know the story, there were those who thought I am going to dance naked and ashame the church. So my story, my introduction was always, we have a new Wango Amakeli. I remembered the 2 elderly men, the 2 past moderators, the eyes of the frog. So I was not deterred. But when I wanted to go to study, not for my master's, but for my PhD, I discovered another woman I had not paid attention to. I became Wagarawa Madai. We are not going to have our Gale Madai in this church. Because when you get that PhD, you are going to divorce that young man. And we are not going to be witnesses. One day I had to ask my fellow clergymen, by the way, how does Joroge look like? You talk about him, you defend him, you talk about how he should not be left behind. Do you know how he looks like? And that's when the topic changed. Because they realized, first of all, they had not even socialized with the man they were talking on behalf. But thank God, there were other men who made sure I got that scholarship and went in time. But thank God there was a woman at Princeton, the PhD director, who worked tirelessly when she discovered why my church was not signing my papers. That Joroge must go to school if I have to take the scholarship at Princeton. Thank God he was interested in pursuing his engineering studies. And this woman went to several institutions in New Jersey, sent back an admission of Joroge without anybody caring where the scholarship will come from. But because that came, my papers were signed in time. When I got to Geneva, to Princeton, thank God there were clergy in Pcea, male clergy, who had connections in Louisville Presbyterian Church. And that's how my husband got a scholarship from the church. I got one from the seminary, he got one from the church. These are the ways God opened doors. Men have been used to open doors for women. And women have been fighting and opening doors for others. So her story, for me, has had those rough edges. But don't forget, thank God, I grew up with very powerful women in my life. So when I became Wagawa Makali, I became Wagale Madai and some others, I had seen the battles. My mother is a church elder. She had taught me what battles women fight in the sessions. So at least I was so lucky to have that. We are celebrating 40 years, a time where the Christian landscape in Kenya has changed. We have a lot of, and it was mentioned, I don't need to repeat. We have all these Pentecostal churches which have allowed women, even some of them, to lead those churches, but I still see the bishop man and the woman pastor, you know, there's all those dynamics of patriarchy even in those churches. So there is a lot that we need to research on to actually identify our contribution to the church in Kenya for the last 40 years. Because there have been many others who have come on board, not from the mainline churches, but also from those other churches. Finally, technology has changed our world. We do banking in our M-Pesa. We do many other things. Corona has taught us how to gather without gathering. So there are all these changes that we need to look what they mean, not just to women ministry, but to ministry in the church as a whole. I want you to pay attention, because you are a scholarly university, to the work that All Africa Conference of Churches is doing on identifying misleading theologies in Africa today. Because this is killing Christianity in Africa. We have too many misleading theologies. We have even seen leaders who beat women in church. And I'm always asking, where is the police? This is violence. And it is allowed to continue. That's misleading theology. Whatever that prophet is, whatever that apostle is. So all this confusion that has come, we need to theologize. And finally, I want to go back to where we started. And I want to also recommend that you read Goge Wadiongo's autobiographies. Two of them, at least the ones I have read, how he became an author, but also how he grew up. Because he writes something about female genital mutilation, which I would have not expected from Goge wa Thiong'o. He was raised and baptized Presbyterian. And for me to read a critical scholar saying, but there is nothing sacred about any particular custom. Customs and practices that go with it change in light of new knowledge. He gives the example of Jews used to sacrifice human beings, but the story of Abraham and Isaac tells us there came a time when they substituted animal for human sacrifice. Many other societies have outlived their initial basis of being. And this is because he says circumcision of women is outdated and it should not be. And he goes, in his book, he goes back to the story that where we started, where the missionaries and the council of elders and the women, all that fight. But he is reminding us to take charge of what we started. He doesn't say it to the Presbyterian Church, but we were the Kiamakiago. Why do we have all these teenage pregnancies and we don't even ask where are the men who make them pregnant and we hold them accountable? What are we doing as a church, not just as a women's guild, with all the child trafficking that Muthoni Rikimani at 96 is researching on, because it's so grievous in this country? What are we doing about those social injustices that affect our children, not just girls? Let's not just cry the boy child. Let's look at how the girl child is still very discriminated against in our families, in our societies, where incest, rape continues and we look the other way. Does the Presbyterian Church of East Africa has a policy on child sexual violence? Good. Let's make sure it reaches every congregation in the Presbyterian Church, if it exists. And many other policies that we need to end discrimination against our children. Even boys, I know that they are sexually abused. So this should be inclusive. So Goge is reminding us in his autobiographies that we need to emulate education and learning, and in particular theological education for ourselves. If you read his first autobiography, he narrates male circumcision. And somehow he doesn't say it is irrelevant, but he says, though the whole ritual of becoming a man leaves a deep impression on me, I emerge from it convinced more deeply that for our times, education and learning, not a mark on flesh, are the way to empower men and women. That's Goge wa Thiong'o in his 80s, writing about this. So let's look at what matters most so that we can emulate that as we continue to celebrate. Church, let women be. Leave them alone to anoint and witness for Christ with no restrictions, no excuses. Stop ignoring women's gifts in all ministries of the church, including the highest level of the General Assembly offices of moderator, secretary general, the deputy, and the treasurer. It's only once since 1956 we have had a woman treasurer, and she was a missionary. After Isabel left, there has never been a woman treasurer, and the other positions have never been held by a woman, as we already know. Indeed, time is long overdue to take stock if the Church of Christ in Africa has been faithful in telling her story wherever the good news is proclaimed in the whole world. What she has done will be told in remembrance of her. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I know I went overboard. I thought it's my day. So I start to be forgiven for making sure it's my day. Because I was alone. But God gave me a helper and a companion. Jeroge, please, can you face the people to see whom I'm talking about? God has gifted us for being together, not counting the dating years, for 44 years, which we celebrated last month. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Nyambura. I think, notwithstanding time, she needed that platform. And you will agree with me. I know we have other presenters who are to come at this particular time. We'll see how we'll walk around the clock after lunch. But before we go for lunch, we'll give Canon Emily Onyango 10 minutes just to respond. And we can have, maybe if we have our questions noted somewhere so that we can look at them in the afternoon session so that she can give us a way forward to the afternoon. Welcome, Bishop.
This afternoon, what happens to me everywhere has happened. A lady by the name Salome has come and told me, make it short as possible. I think that is the story I always hear when I go to churches, that now we are very busy. Make it as short as possible. I'm disappointed. But I'll make it short. I'm a lecturer and I know summary. So, but I think ensure my work is in the article so that you get the information I want to give. Actually, I arrived from Gabon at 1 at midnight. And I think I'm en route to Bondo. So it's also in my interest that I make it short. Ebenezer, this far the Lord has brought us. But don't slumber, because the war is just beginning, or the fight is just beginning. I teach at St. Paul's University, and although we are celebrating 40 years, I think if we are not careful, we are going back. And we are even making less impact than our foremothers who started the journey. And therefore, as women clergy, I would encourage you, don't over-celebrate the 40 years. You remember in the wilderness, it is after 40 years that liberation began. I want to respond to Nyambura by giving the story from an Anglican perspective. And the story of women's ministry in the Anglican Church begins with 1903, 1884, when freed slaves were being trained at Fredericton, present-day St. Paul's University. Among the first class of evangelists who are being trained are women who are nameless. They are referred to as Bible women. And actually, if we have not written the history of our churches, but if you look at the establishment of the churches, it's the story of evangelism by women. It's only that people are not writing those stories. I know in the western part of Kenya, the churches were started in houses, and it is women who preached, and it's women who went against culture. Men later on came when the churches were already organized, because women couldn't have power. But the work of establishing churches, actually in the Anglican Church, is the story of women. Timo Lee in China was working when men had gone for war. There was nobody to preach, to visit. So Timo Lee did all the work. And the bishop thought that since there's nobody doing the work, we really need to ordain Timo Lee so that she can do the work. However, when we went to Lambeth Conference, it's the highest decision-making body of the Anglican Church, Timo Lee's ordination was retracted. We were told that she resigned. We know how people resign. You are forced to resign. But when the work was needed, she was the one who did the work. In the Presbyterian Church, we have 40 years of women's ordination. In the Anglican Church, it is 39 years of women ordination. The first woman to be ordained, Pcea Okuthe, was a widow. She had worked as a deaconess and as a deacon. In fact, for her, even people who are not Christians were calling her pastor, because she was the one doing the work in the institutions. The Anglican Church worldwide had proposed that women should be ordained in 1978. The Anglican Church of Kenya passed a resolution in 1978 that women can be ordained in principle. It's only that they didn't know it can happen. And therefore, the Synod of the Diocese of Maseno South declared that Pcea was already doing all the work, and therefore they declared that Pcea should be ordained. Hell broke loose, and the Anglican Church had to go back and retract. I think there is this issue of retracting decisions. So they now said, although we agreed, we don't expect any woman to be ordained until all Anglican dioceses agree. The late Bishop Okulu went ahead and ordained Pcea Okuthe because it was a decision of the Synod, and in the Anglican Church, the Synod is the highest decision-making body, and she argued that the same church had agreed. Pcea was posted to her local parish. For some time, she was not even paid a salary because men were protesting. But Pcea, in her nature, she was a widow, a member of the revival movement. She went against the Luo culture of inheriting widows. And she refused when the family of her late husband wanted to force her to be inherited. She went and bought land in the scheme against Luo culture. She built a home against Luo culture. She brought up her children against Luo culture and was a farmer, as she was taught at Nia Girls School. And therefore her ministry was going to be different. While all other clergy expected to be fed by the Christians, she fed the Christians when they came to her. I had the opportunity of being mentored by her. And she told me, you don't serve by expecting people to serve you. And with that, when we were talking with her, she said, we are ministering in the spirit of Deborah. Things became good when Deborah became a mother in Israel. And in the Anglican Church at the moment, I can tell you, ironically, the parishes run by women are the best parishes. And somehow, with us, we are posted by bishops. Most of the bishops post women to the difficult parishes. Within a short time, there is a turnaround. Where people were not agreeing, people agree. I think women have a transformative way of doing administration that even when people were quarreling in the church, there is peace. Where people were not going to church, the churches grow. But we wonder, because these people are working very hard, but you don't see it, you know, within the structure of the promotions, if it goes the same direction. I remember the last time I disagreed with one of our bishops, when one of the ladies worked very hard, then she promoted the husband. Because the woman has worked very hard. And in African culture, if you promote the woman, then there will be problem at home. So that's why I'm saying we are working very hard, but we are not seeing it within the structures of the church. In the Anglican Church, it has taken 39 years for a woman, for women to be in the House of Bishops. I think when you look at Kenya, when we always say in Kenya, the church leaders of Kenya are meeting, it's not always clergy. And when you look at church leaders in Kenya for a long time, it is men. Even when you say that the church leaders are going to see the president, it's always men who go there because they are the church leaders. So I don't think we have much to celebrate if we are not even church leaders in Kenya. If today the president wanted to see church leaders, how many of us would be seen? It means we have walked the journey, but it is just beginning. Because it makes no sense if you cannot push on policy issues or where decisions are being made. I think when we are talking of even people talking about peace, we also always see male. One of the issues in the Anglican Church of Kenya is the issue of identity. The reason why women couldn't be made bishops has been a long debate. One of our archbishops said that the constitution of the Anglican Church of Kenya says that the bishop is a he. So unless the constitution changes and it changes a she, women cannot be bishops. And this was a scholar of the New Testament. I think we were with the wives of the bishops, and in the Anglican Church, the wives of the bishops are the ones called Mama Askofu. So when you call me Mama Askofu, I'm not the wife of the bishop. So I think issues of identity, and they are not small, because, you know, what kind of image are we giving even to our young people? For the short time I've been a bishop, young girls are very happy when I go to school, because they say, now I have really longed to work for God. I know it is now possible. So we thank God for the small opportunities that God has given us. I wanted to focus on the issue of culture. I'm very worried of the trend of resurgence of African culture, because to me I think it's a great threat to women's ministry. Although at times as ladies, we are very quiet about it. One of the reasons why women couldn't be ordained for a long time is the issue that women in African culture, and we have also used the cultural lenses to read the Bible. Therefore, we say that women have to submit. We always misquote African culture that the place of women is in the kitchen. According to my Luo culture, there's nothing like the place of a woman is in the kitchen. Women were heads of houses with decision-making responsibility, but we have taken a new culture, which actually, if we continue allowing resurgence of culture, we will find ourselves actually not able to be leaders. We were discussing in the Anglican Church, and there's a trend that men have to be part of the local cultural leaders. I forget how it is called in Kikuyu, and you have to pay to belong to. Yeah, and if you don't pay and become a cultural leader, you cannot preside over weddings. And if we are not careful and we take some of these things lightly, we'll go back to the cultural practices which we have. So for me, one of the issues I'm reflecting, even as we are going forward, is the way culture still affects us. And even among us women, I think some of us still read the Bible from the male cultural lenses. When I was made a bishop, some of the people who are very vocal against women bishops were women. And they were saying, you know, women, we know our place. Why are you struggling? You know, God uses us in different ways and we know our places. So one way forward is for us as women clergy to have really focus on ways we are doing theology, ways we are interpreting scripture. I think one of the reasons why women have gotten positions in the church is the focus on training. I think we have to thank Dr. Nyambura Joroge and Professor Mombo for insisting on training ladies. Because of that, the Reformed Church never used to ordain women, but they got themselves with very many women who are trained, and they had to be ordained. And when I look at the women we have in the church today, you know, I'm a trainer, and I remember last semester, a lady told me to hell with education. With me, I've got my diploma. Why are you forcing me to study? My sisters, you have to be twice as good as men to get into those positions that men are holding. Women have to be educated. We have to look at the Bible with new lenses. We have to do theology in a new way. You don't have to be patriarchal yourself, you know. Some of us are very patriarchal. Even in the way we deal with women in the parish. You know, we were saying here that I remember Nyambura said that in our churches we discriminate single women with children. I'll not be surprised if us as clergy are the ones who perpetrate some of those practices. So for me, my challenge as we go forward, what impact are we making? Is it is it just that we have large numbers of people who are patriarchal, who are sitting on their fellow women? Or are we giving life to the church? Are we liberating? So my reflection was that going forward, we have to do things in a different way. And there are some things which God has given us as a gift, but some of us think it is demeaning. If we want change in our society, we must focus on children's ministry. The Jesuits say, give me a child at 7 and they'll forever remain a Catholic. I remember one of my students told me, I don't know how the bishop looks at me. He has posted me to be a children's minister. To me, that is the greatest opportunity. And God has given several of us that gift. Families, I think in our country, families are in crisis. And the families are becoming so complex. You know, it's not the traditional family. And I think these are areas as women in ministry, we could really make a difference, having new eyes, taking challenging positions. I'm always disappointed when women are being given positions and then they say, I stand down. Because the position is very challenging. We must get ready for the challenges which are ahead. So for me, I'm saying that we thank God. We cannot take it for granted where God has taken us. When I was made When I was ordained the second woman priest, we went to a meeting in Nairobi, and the meeting was for theological education, clergy, and bishops. When I went, then my bishop introduced me as the clergy representing the diocese. There was laughter. After laughter, complete silence. And I was told, we can't record that you are a priest. I remember we were with my sister Esther, and we had to walk out of the meeting because nobody recognized that a woman can be a priest. We have to be persistent and not give up. Many of us are giving up because it's difficult. You can't reform the church unless you reform it from within. You must fight those battles. There is nobody who is going to fight the battle. And to our younger generation, I think most of us have come to the church and we take for granted a lot of things. As we celebrate 40 years, let us not take for granted the position God has given us. My sisters, you'll be accountable for the opportunity God has given you. So it's not just a matter of celebrating. On that final day, what will you say? That you have used the opportunity. We criticize the church, but at least you are there. Let us stop crying and make impact going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Emily Onyango, and thank you for managing time, and we're also sorry for limiting you, but at least the information that you have given us is very critical. It is challenging. It's for us to wake up as women and fight for those positions. They are there for us. If we don't take them, then nobody should complain. So we come to this time, and we need to break for lunch. As you said, we'll come and see how we'll manage the two part presentations that are there. And it is our symposium, so we'll equally be able to manage the time that is there for us. We'll break for lunch. Those who are not here with us when we went for tea break, we're using the next room, that is room 21, for our lunch. There are those guests that came with the VC. They will still go back to the council chambers for lunch.